Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. It's a little bit rainy and overcast, but we are here in Elora Center, Wellington, nonetheless, with 16 minutes to our first dash. And we should get right to the changes on this evening's card. At this point, the track is listed as fast. We'll keep you updated. Race number 1, number 6, Golden Leader. The driver, Jay Harris. Jay Harris drives number 6, Golden Leader in race 1. Race number 2, number 5, Sporty B. Jay Harris will drive. Jay Harris drives Sporty B. Race number 3, 1, Duchesne. Travis Henry will drive. Travis Henry drives 1, Duchesne. And 2, Blue Glamber, equipment change, blind bridle to blinkers, blind to blinkers. Race number 4, number 1, Silverback Jack. Note the missing chart line on Silverback Jack is 6th. We'll get you the links later, but 158 and 4. 6th, 158 and 4. And Jay Harris drives for ABC. Note that was 6th by 7 lengths on 1 Silverback Jack. Race number 5, number 8, MVP Kamala. The driver to be announced, race 4-8, race 5-8, TBA. Race number 6, number 5, Touch and Go Hanover is scratched. Race 6, scratch number 7. Number 5, Touch and Go Hanover. 7, Country Grace, driver to be announced, TBA on the 7 and scratch 5 out of the 6th. Race 7, number 8, He's Still Watching. Anthony Hahn will drive. Race 7-8, He's Still Watching, Anthony Hahn. Race 8, number 2, Puff/Shadow, blind bridle to blinkers. That's blind to blinkers. 5, Redland Wrangler is scratched, and 9, Bob Cajun, driver to be announced. Race 8, 5 is scratched. 2, Puff/Shadow, blind to blinkers, and 9, Bob Cajun, TBA. Ninth race, no changes, no changes, race 9. And in race number 10, number 4, PDQ Hanover, driver to be announced. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race number 1, Golden Leader, Jay Harris driving. And race number 2, 5, Sporty B, will also be Jay Harris. It's now 12 minutes to post time, 13 minutes to post time. Time to welcome in our co-host and handicapping expert, live from Margaritaville at the Big Palace in Newmarket. Well, I imagine the moat's going to fill up with water. If they're a little bit low, the moat will be getting some water today. It's about to be raining in your direction soon.
Yeah, it certainly is, but we're always ready for it here in Margaritaville at the Palace, Gary. And hey, it's a fantastic Friday nonetheless, right? We kick off a huge weekend in horse racing in Canada. Of course, tomorrow is the oldest and most prestigious thoroughbred race in the country, the King's Plate at Woodbine. I'll be going to Woodbine for that one. Never miss the King's Plate. And then tomorrow night at Mohawk Park, they've got eliminations for the Wellwood and the Peaceful Way. I think Balanced Image eliminations go tomorrow afternoon as well at Hanover. So, and racing across Ontario all weekend long. So we kind of kicked that off right here tonight at the River. Really a huge weekend of horse racing across the country. But excited to be here for 10 dashes tonight at the River. We're on the pace all night tonight. And I think that the fields are kind of well balanced, and the wagering sequences, all the multi-leg wagers are well balanced as well. I think there's some wide open events, and there's also some races I want to take some stands in. So I think we're going to see some nice payouts, and hopefully we'll be on the right end of them to get us some money moving in to this weekend. Of course, it always kicks off, though, with the opening dash and that early pick five guaranteed at $5,000, a low take out of 15%. Gary and I will come back in about 8 minutes to post to tell you what we like in that wager. 8 minutes to post with the opening dash here at Grand River Raceway on this Friday evening. And we always like to start off by going over what we like in that early pick five sequence. Again, the pool's guaranteed at $5,000 a takeout. It's always a low 15%. And Gary, Conley, and myself always map out our suggested wagers. Feel free to add or subtract as you see fit. But this is what we like in that sequence. And one of my favorite wagers here, obviously, at the river. I like the pick fives, pick fours, the high fives. Those are the ones I usually play the most. And there's a ticket I've mapped out tonight for this early pick five sequence: 2, 5, and 7 here in the opening dash. 5 Sweet Guy just right now the heavy favorite at 1-2. I mean, I see that, and I was all over her last time. Thought she could have maybe done a little better in that dash. She was used hard early though. But I'm gonna go 3 deep: 2, 5, and 7. 2, 3, and 4 in race number 2, giving the edge to the 4 timely bet. Thought the qualifier was a good one, and liked what this one was doing before those last couple of starts, anyways, at Mohawk Park. And then just the one, Duchesne, in race number 3. Duchesne is as a horse has been racing pretty well and almost too good to not have a win on her card in her last 5. She was a winner 6 back here against Softer Company. Did so with ease. I think this looks like a great spot for her tonight, though. Rail control. She's got early foot. I think she's going to get into the race early and be tough to beat in that third race. So singling up on her in that third dash. 2, 3 in race number 4. This is kind of a inside play, inside speed anyways. This is a pretty competitive looking group. Yeah, I looked at it and said, you know what? Any one of them could win, or I'm going to go down to 2 horses that I think might go forward off the gate and maybe try to control it from the inside, and that's very blue chip and about a boy. So 2, 3 in there, but again, I think there's several others that have chances in there, but I kind of wanted to narrow it down and not spend too much money because I was already at a pretty big number with using those two. 2, 3, 4, and 7 in the money leg race number 5. Another race where, I mean, it's pick your poison. There's a lot of horses that can win in this one. Some horses that are kind of down on their luck right now, and others that I think have been racing okay as of late, but I'm not sure the race shapes up for them. So I wanted to spread out in race 5. I think we might see a price in there: 2, 3, 4, and 7, $14.40, more than I usually like to spend, but I thought the sequence called for it. We'll see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, I didn't spend as much. Again, I spent my favorite amount, $9.60, and there we go. The my typical kind of profile as well. So I'm paired up in the first race, 5 and 7. I left Treasures watching out, but I do see your logic there. But I have just the Sweet Gadgets and Ladies from Hell. Race number 2, I'm with Better Than Never and R.J. Baringo. I actually think R.J. Baringo is going to be tough in there. You have Timely Bet on top, but I went Better Than Never. In race number 3, yeah, you got Duchesne, but I also want Blue Glamber. Equipment change, blind throttle to blinkers, and Blue Glamber was really good last year. Yeah, sometimes of late, I've been not completely enamored, but I also think that I know that this mare's got a lot of ability. Maybe it shows up here for trainer Shane Barrington, who's had a lot of success. I think it's a good spot for Blue Glamber. Drops down another level. In race number 4, I have Fernhill Breeze and About a Boy, so I don't have very blue chips. I just went 2 there. And in race number 5, We Believe in and Cozy Up. I got your top 2 there. I only went 2 deep. $9.60, trying to stay at my price point.
Well, that's good. I mean, it's good to always have that budget, right? And kind of stay within it. And Gary, just 4 combinations tonight for us both to find the winner's circle. So chances are slim we both have a winner, but hopefully one of us is a team player. We'll see what Conley has in store for us and his pick 5. Now, Fridays, I'm trying to remember, Fridays usually spends quite a bit. Yeah, he's a bit lower than what he spent, I think, last $15. He's taking a swing. He likes to take a swing moving into the weekend. 3, 5, 6, and 7 here in the opening leg. So we see things the same way on 2 of those, anyways. 2, 3, 5, and 6 in race number 2. Again, he's got 2 that I don't have in the 5 and the 6. So he's 4x4 to kick it off. Then he goes to Duchesne as a key, which we're in agreement on. I think that's the one spot you want to hang your hat on in this sequence. And race 4, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. So right on cue. I said that race kind of looks wide open, but I wanted to kind of pare it down. Conley's going the wide open route, going 5 deep in there, and that might be the right move because I think there's many in there that can win, and maybe you get the right number down to really boost the value of that ticket. And then he's going to go to a single in race 5 with Cozy Up. So, I thought about that with Cozy Up. I watched the replays, and we've kind of been riding her in several of her recent efforts, and just has not been able to get the job done, and has gotten down to soft spots before. So I do see the logic on Cozy Up. I wanted to go a little deeper there, but there's Conley's ticket singling up on Cozy Up with some guts in that final leg. $16 for a 20-cent wager. And again, he's looking to get prices down in races 1, 2, and 4, and hoping that races 3 and 5 play out logical. But call a bit of some map out your winning wagers for this early pick 5. Again, pool's guaranteed at $5,000. Takeout's always below 15%. Gary and I will come back in just a few minutes to take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field for the first on parade. One Art and Gracie. Tom Smith for Daryl Holmes and Gerald Holmes. Number 2, Treasures Watching. Andre Coy drives and trains for Don Leshied. Number 3, Feel It in Your Hands. Jason Ryan for Gaetan Bear. Four is Geminar Nick Stewart for Larry Fitzsimmons. Number 5 is Sweet Gadgets. Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani, and Steve partners in ownership with Laura. Number 6 is Golden Leader. Jay Harris for Courtney Robson. Number 7, Ladies from Hell. Daryl Thiessen for Mike Sumner and Shay Sumner. And a break, My Only Sunshine, Anthony Hunt for Nathan Harding and Stuart and Patricia Bolander. It's a field of 8. It's race number 1, first dash on this Friday night at the river. Let's get a look at some of the top ones in here. Number 7, Ladies from Hell, gets to drop a level, has 6 wins and 24 starts on the year. And, well, I've said in the past, I love Mike Sumner's barn. Often gets the job done. Ladies from Hell, post 7's not a great spot, but this is a good spot for this classy mare in this class.
And she's got tons of early foot, right, Gary? So post 7, I mean, we've seen it. The post 7, even post 8 at times. I mean, if you got enough early speed off the switch, you can kind of just keep on driving out to the lead there. And this is not a race that has a tremendous amount of speed to her inside. And I love the addition of Daryl Thiessen. He can certainly get them fired up behind the gate and get them to go forward. And last time she impressed me because she's like, I've always said she's a horse that kind of needs to have the lead or maybe the 2-hole to be effective. But she got away 4th off the gate, ended up finishing 3rd in a race where Watch Her Do It won by as much as she pleased. So I thought the effort last time was good. I like the fact that she makes a transition to this class, and I wasn't too worried about post 7. I mean, it might be after the gate swings away, but I think she's got to go forward tonight. That's her path to glory, and she might chop this out for a victory.
Number 2, Treasures Watching, is one that dropped down after that 8th place finish July the 19th. That kind of got Treasures Watching back going. Now a couple good starts and a favorable post. Andre Goyen, Treasures Watching. I would have liked to see a better price on Treasures Watching, but 2-1 is the price.
I figured there'd be a lot of support for her tonight. I mean, we haven't seen it yet. Like, I was surprised last time. If you remember, I think I had her pegged for 4th, and she was 35-1, and I kind of said, this doesn't really add up because she won a big trip the week before, right? She was first over a long way, stuck around for 4th in a race won by Kalina Diamond. And then last time out, she kind of waited till the end to make her move, and she rolled wide in the last turn. I thought she was a good second of the turning point. There was no catching that rival, but I thought she did well to finish in the place spot at a bombs away number of 35-1. You're right. It's tough to swallow 5-2 right now. I mean, I didn't think she'd be 2-1 that she is in her morning line, but that to me is still an overreaction. But do I think she's in with a chance? Absolutely.
Number 5, Sweet Gadgets, is my top choice in here. And this is one that dropped down for that last start. And I thought Sweet Gadgets was really fine. Kind of got torched a little bit early, put up a 26-3 opening quarter. But still overall, a pretty credible effort.
Yeah, I think it was too. And I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, she got used hard in the early going, and that's why she didn't have much fight at the end of the mile. Now, I guess for me, I just... when I kind of went back and watched some races, I thought maybe she's regressed a little bit from that victory June 28th. I mean, she was just dynamite on that occasion in the class above this as a heavy favorite. Kind of got a little bit lucky. I think there were some scratches in that dash, but in any event, I think she would have probably won her anyways with how well she raced. But then since then, I'm just not sure she's been as effective, but comes off Lasix tonight, right? And I think that can go both ways. I mean, some horses really respond to going on Lasix, some respond well to going off Lasix. So maybe that'll be the answer for Sweet Gadgets today. I mean, she's being hammered on the board from start to finish, 8-5 right now. To me, that's a bit too low for my liking, but she's on my ticket.
Number 6, Golden Leader, was good at Georgian Downs 2 races ago. That last race, that's not good at all, a 32-second final quarter. But Golden Leader is one that could bounce back, has some back class.
Yeah, she's got back class. I was just going to say that. She's got 22 wins, 175,000 made. That's second in both those categories to Ladies from Helen here. And I think she's got every reason to kind of rebound off that effort. I mean, she took a lot of money, and now if you backed her on that occasion, you could take back some value, right? She was just 8-5 on the board that time around. This time she's 4-1. I think she's in with a chance, but I left her off my multi-legs, but I would certainly put her in the exotics.
Well, Rob, your top pick, Ladies from Hell, is right now at 3-1, and my top one is Sweet Gadgets, the 8-5 favorite. It's a field of 8 taking up their positions, entering into the backstretch. First of 10 dashes on a fabulous Friday night as we are gathered at the river. And the field for race number 1. In the backstretch, in position on the gates. And they're off and getting out alertly. Feel it in your hands. Also Sweet Gadgets and Ladies from Hell. And then on the inside is Treasures Watching in Our Time Gracie. Golden Leader. Geminar. My Only Sunshine's back trailing the field. Sweet Gadgets and Steve Houdon wants to come on and clear to the front. And Sweet Gadgets now 3-5 on the board. Takes the front. Feel it in your hands is second. Our Time Gracie is third. And Ladies from Hell now will tuck along the pylons racing fourth. Then Treasures Watching in Geminar, and then it is back to Golden Leader and My Only Sunshine, and it is Sweet Gadgets with the front. Sweet Gadgets, feel it in your hands, and Ardine Gracie is racing third. Ladies from Hell is still content to sit on the inside at this point. Then Treasures Watching and Geminar trailing pair. Golden Leader, My Only Sunshine. 27-second opening quarter. Sweet Gadgets looks for a breather as they head up to the half. Sweet Gadgets leads about 2 1/4 over. Feel it in your hands. 56-2 halftime. Racing second, feel it in your hands, about 2.5 from the front now. Ardine Gracie. There goes Ladies from Hell now on the move on the outside and has come on. Ladies from Hell has taken over third. And then also moving up on the outside is Treasures Watching. Ardine Gracie is locked down to the inside. Off that 56-2 halftime, they head to 3/4. They're trailing through Geminar, Golden Leader, and My Only Sunshine. Sweet Gadgets, the one to beat. Sweet Gadgets. Ladies from Hell is 2.5 lengths back, but Sweet Gadgets is still moving very sharply. 125 and 4 3/4, and feel it in your hands is reclaimed second as the Ladies from Hell is weakening a bit. Then Treasures Watching is sent out 3 wide, and Arline Gracie on the inside. Sweet Gadgets on down the stretch. Rather they come. Sweet Gadgets, feel it in your hands at 22-1 is looking for the upset. Sweet Gadgets and feel it in your hands. Sweet Gadgets will hold on. Feel it in your hands was second. Then third, Ardine Gracie, and fourth is between Geminar and Treasures Watching. 155 flat. Sweet Gadgets. Well, it was a win, but not a sweet price, Rob. 3-5.
Not a sweet price at all. I mean, I couldn't go there at that number, Gary, but I guess I did jump off her bandwagon maybe a little prematurely because she got used hard last time. This time she goes off the Lasix program and she goes right down the road and was a solid winner. Field in your hands. Didn't see her kind of fall, flashing speed off the gate. She secured that 2-hole and I mean, kind of gave the favorite players some fits there, right in the final strides because I think she got a lot closer than I certainly expected. So it was a good effort from her. She's over 20 on the season, just 2 on the board finishes, but I'd say that's one of the best outings I've seen from her this season.
Yeah, and at least she is coming off of a better last race, but still, when you look at the overall body of work for the season, she'd be a tough one to be throwing in onto your exactor ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, that's why she's a big price on the board. I mean, she was pretty low in the morning line, I thought, but she's definitely one I think we'd watch going forward because she's been one that's kind of hot and cold in the past. She won 5 times last year. I think we might see her in the winner's circle soon enough.
And Ardine Gracie at 35-1 is third. So even though we're looking at 3-5 on top, we get a couple of bombs second and third.
Yeah, bombs away underneath going to certainly help the exotics, right? When you got a real short price on top, the only way you get the exotics pay is to sprinkle in the bombs underneath. That's what we saw in the opener.
And I'm not sure if it's 2 or 4 for fourth, but Geminar is on the board at 35-1. Now that 2 Treasures Watching is 7-2, so we'll see it pop up in a second. But certainly back in front of us, that winner, number 5, Sweet Gadgets, a front-end sweet effort in 155. Sweet Gadgets, 5-year-old Sweet Lou Brown Barrel by Laura Toscani, and Steve Hudon. Laura Toscani is the trainer. Steve Hudon, the winning driver. Fourth win for Sweet Gadgets this year, and the eighth win lifetime. 155 flat. The first race payouts. 5 Sweet Gadgets, 350 to 80. 273, Feel It in Your Hands, 950, 440. 1 Ardent Gracie, 640. $2 Exactor, 30, 240. Dollar Try 100, 1005. Dollar Super, 408.20. The first race order finish from the top 3-4-2-5-1-8-7-6. That's 3-4-2-5-1-8-7-6 on the bottom.
Sweet Gadgets converts as the heavy favorite in the opening dash. Likely many are still alive in that early pick 5 wager, so good luck if you're still kicking in that one. But whether you are or not, you might as well jump in on the early pick 4 starting right here in race number 2. Guaranteed pool $2,500, low takeout 15%. There's my ticket on the screen. I don't stray too far from my pick 5 wager. 2, 3, and 4 for me here in the opening leg. I think it's a competitive looking group, and I just wanted to be involved in those ones. RJ Ringo is one that obviously was racing fantastic until being scratched due to sickness on August the 2nd. I went with Timely Bet on top, though, right now at 9-1. Going to give that one a whirl. 3 deep, nonetheless, in this opening. Like just the one Duchesne in race number 3, thinking that she's sitting on a win, rail control, early speed. I couldn't go against her tonight in race number 3, so she's singled for me. 2 and 3 in race number 4. Couple of inside speed horses and very blue chip and About a Boy, and then spreading out a bit more in race number 5, the 2, 3, 4, and 7, $4.80 for a 20-cent ticket. We'll look at Conley's ticket real quick. He's got a couple minutes away. He'll be moving out onto the track for the second dash of the evening. Conley, there's his 2 singles, right? He wants to do a spread, single, 2, 3, 5, and 6. And here, so we share a couple of horses, and I'm a captain and RJ Ringo. He's also using the 5 and 6 on his ticket. Same ideas as myself, singling the one Duchesne in race number 3. I think many are likely going to do that. Just a good spot for her, right? Rail control, and has been knocking at the door as of late. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 in race number 4. And like I said, I went too deep in there, but I don't mind spreading out. Kind of a wide open claiming event with several winning possibilities. And then just the 4, Cozy Up in race number 5. A horse that is likely going to appreciate getting back to this level of competition. But again, I just don't know if she's a slam dunk. But Conley's willing to take a shot on singling her in that money leg race number 5. Number 4, Cozy Up. $4 is the cost of his 20-cent wager. And again, this is a guaranteed pick 4 starting right here in race number 2. $2,500 is the guaranteed pool. 15% is the low takeout. We'll be back in a few moments to take a closer look at race number 2.
Field for the second. On parade, one better than never. Mike Horner drives and trains for RAW Equine and Mark Horner. Number 2 is I'm a Captain, Travis Henry for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. 3 is RJ Ringo, Todd Ratchford for Ruth Moore and James Hasty. For his timely bet, Anthony Hunt. For Chantel Mitchell and Bill Elliott. 5 is Sporty B. Jay Harris for Jack Moisev, High Stakes Incorporated. And Nancy McNevin and Mark Main Prize. Number 6, Brightside Maceo, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Darlene Carr. Number 7, Officer Cheese, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly and Brad McNiven and Bradley Douglas and Tom Broadhurst. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 4, Timely Bet. And despite being off a bit of time, May the 4th, fans are all over Timely Bet. Was the favorite a moment ago, 5-2 on the board. I decided I wanted to sit one out and watch Timely Bet, but you're all in, and certainly that qualifier got your attention.
Yeah, it certainly did, Gary, and I loved what Timely Bet was doing earlier this season, and now we also see Lasix for the first time with Timely Bet. The qualifier second to Serial Assassin. Serial Assassin was a strong winner in his start at Mohawk Park this week. So for me, I believe in key races and qualifiers. You look at that qualifier top to bottom. There's some really nice horses in there at the top end of it. Serial Assassin, Calgo Jack Hanover, and Timely Bet split them, and I thought did so in a nice way. So I went with Timely Bets on top. And just thinking that we might be able to get ahead of it and maybe get a reasonable price on them. And right now, 5-2. I mean, I was hoping for more than that. Not that 10-1 we saw a little earlier, but I do think we might see a bit of a better price come post time. But I'm willing to take a stab on him, try to get ahead of it, and hoping that he's good to go tonight.
Of course, I'm maybe chiding you for taking one off of a bit of layoff, but I'm taking one off of being scratched, bet, sick. But I do love all of the form before that.
Yeah, more recency though, right? With RJ Ringo. Now, I guess the argument could be made, who would have the fitness edge? I mean, certainly more of a recent foundation for RJ Ringo racing, throughout June and July. Timely Bet though does have that qualifier August 10th. RJ Ringo was scratched out of a race August 2nd, hasn't raced since July 26th, but the form was fantastic. I mean, we were kind of excited. I remember, we were really excited after his latest victory for his next start. I think I pegged him on top as a single, and then of course he was scratched. But the form's been fantastic for RJ Ringo. No finishes outside of the top 2 so far this season, and I think that we're going to likely see a good account of himself tonight, even though he is coming into this off that scratch.
Number 2, I'm a Captain, raced in this class last time out and was better, has been showing a lot of improvement, and now gets a better post position. I'm a little worried. I'm a Captain offers a bit of value at 6-1. It's Ashley Lenvoy, and he's been showing a lot of progress. I could see him stepping up here and winning.
I thought he raced really well last time to be third. I mean, All Bets on Red was one I was very fond of on that occasion, and he kind of, was able to just grind them down in the first over position and pace away from them. And I'm a Captain kind of got trapped on the inside. Now, there was, room to work with in the late stages, but I still thought it was pretty impressive that he was able to fight on for third. When a horse kind of gets stopped up behind a rival, it's hard to kind of get going again. Well, he did exactly that. He fought on nicely, I thought, for the show spot, and now he gets to work from a good post position inside draw with post 2, and I think he might be able to sit a favorable trip against this group. 6-1, I mean, you could convince me he's the value on the board right now. I was hoping for a bigger number on Timely Bet than that 5-2 we see, but I'm a Captain at 6-1. I would say currently that's the value on the board.
And number 1, Better Than Ever, Mike Horner, was gracious enough to join you on Industry Day, and it looked like you guys were buddies, but apparently your buddyship doesn't last very long. You don't have this one picked in your top 3 and on your pick 5.
Well, Mark said it right in the broadcast that he loves the Robert Off angle, right? Mark said that he needs to know in advance when I do that so he can make sure that he knows they're likely sitting on a victory, and maybe that's what's going to happen here with Better Than Never, because I'm very fond of this horse, and I'm fond of all the horses that come out of the Horner barn typically. I just don't know how this one maps out tonight for Better Than Never. Last time tried to go a long way in the lead before fading back to 5th. I don't think that, maybe that's this horse's desired trip, so I'm not sure we're going to see that tonight from him. But he is one that certainly can move well in the middle stages and do good things. So I think Better Than Never is going to be a part of this. I left him off my multi-leg wagers. Would be surprised, though, to not see him make some noise at some point in the mile and not land on the exotics, though.
And I think there might be some value in Sporty B. Did finish up the mile well last time out.
Yeah, Sporty B's kind of an interesting one for me. I watched that replay a couple times. I thought it was pretty good. Just not sure if tonight's going to be the night. Now, the one thing I'll say about this, we always talk about it, Gary. July 5th to August 9th. Now what? Back on that regular schedule. So by all right, he has reason to be better this time around. He does move out a spot on the gate, but post 5, we know the success that this spot's had here at the River recently. So 9-1, yeah, you can convince me now. 10-1, you can convince me he's value as well.
Well, it's my third choice. We'll see how it unfolds. But I'm an RJ Ringo, and you're on Timely Bet. It's a field of 7, the second dash. Also note the track now listed as good -1 second. Track downgraded to good -1. It's a field of 7 for the second dash. Approaching the start. Field 4, race number 2. Is at the start of the rough, and Timely Bet will flash with I'm a Captain, and then it is Sporty B, and RJ Ringo on the inside is now third. Sporty B, currently B on the outside fourth, then Better Than Never, Brightside Maceo, and Officer Cheese, but Timely Bet 4-1 now has the lead over I'm a Captain, who's also 4-1. RJ Ringo is racing third, then it is Better Than Ever and Sporty B, Brightside Maceo, and Officer Cheese, and they work on around the turn. Timely Bet has the front for Anthony Hahn, and now coming to call. Here comes RJ Ringo, up and driving first over as Anthony Hahn looks over his right shoulder just to survey who's coming, and can see that is RJ Ringo on the outside of Timely Bet, and on the inside third, I'm a Captain. Those three have some separation on Better Than Ever, who's racing fourth, and then it is back further to Sporty B, Brightside Maceo, and Officer Cheese off a 28-second opening quarter. Timely Bet getting prompted along by RJ Ringo, who's even money on the board in the half, 55-4, and RJ Ringo is able to drop into the pocket right now. I'm a Captain is racing third. Better Than Never is fourth, and now closing some ground. Then Sporty B and Brightside Maceo, and Officer Cheese is well back. They head on to three quarters. Timely Bet. RJ Ringo is on the inside, bravening up in the pocket. I'm a Captain is third. Better Than Never moved out, but scooting through to the inside, Sporty B is taken over fourth, and Sporty B is closing ground rapidly. Three quarters, 124-3. Timely Bet leads comfortably by 2 1/4. RJ Ringo is getting urging. Timely Bet and RJ Ringo, and I'm a Captain, and Sporty B and Brightside Maceo on down the stretch. Rob they come, and it is Timely Bet. RJ Ringo is trying to close, but it is still a sharp Timely Bet. Timely Bet is going to win and get home in front of RJ Ringo. Brightside Maceo, and I'm a Captain. 153-4. Timely Bet. The time off didn't matter, Robert.
Well, no, and again, you come back, first time Lasix. I mean, a barn that, I never hesitate betting off a bit of time. Chantel Mitchell, she always has them ready. And the thing is, Gary, listen, I said, at 5-2, I like a couple more points than that. Well, we got them, right? It went up to 4-1. And I could see on the gate, I said, okay, they mean business. I mean, Timely Bet was right on the gate. And you could see he was going forward off the switch, and that's obviously a good sign for a horse that's missed a bit of time. But that qualifier, right? I mean, one of my biggest handicapping angles has always been obviously watching qualifiers, but also just watching who comes out of qualifiers and who does well. Well, that might be a key qualifier, but that also might mean I'm going to be wrong on one later tonight, because My Only Sunshine was in it as well. She got beat by a wide margin, but we're going to see her later tonight here at the River. So it'll be interesting. Actually, sorry, she raced in the opening dash, so just ignore exactly everything I just said. But Calico Jack Hanover was the one that was third, closest to Timely Bet in that qualifier. So, I'll be watching for him next time. But in any event, good effort for this one off the bench.
And RJ Ringo comes a little bit late, but wasn't going to catch Timely Bet. But RJ Ringo, there was nothing wrong with the effort, just Timely Bet was better. And then it's a Brightside Maceo comes on at late to pick up third.
Yeah, you know what? I thought RJ Ringo raced pretty well for a horse that's been off since July 26th. I mean, he wanted to obviously get to the lead, and Anthony Hunt had no intent at all to let that one go. You can see that. He squeezed into the 2-hole. He raced pretty well to be second to Timely Bet. Brightside Maceo is one that we've been watching onwards. A one made the nice transition now up to tougher company. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one going forward.
It's a 4-3, 6-2. Back in front of us, Timely Bet A 3-year-old betting line bay gelding, owned by Bill Elliott of Woodstock. Chantel Mitchell is the trainer. Anthony Hahn's the winning driver. It's the second win this year and lifetime for Timely Bet. 153 and 4, a new career mark. Fans, the Quivry Samuel go up retaining to number 3, RJ Ringo, and possible interference to 2, I'm a Captain, racing up to the half. Fans, the judges ruling that number 3, RJ Ringo, did cause interference to 2, I'm a Captain, heading to the half, and will be placed back to 4th, and I'm a Captain moved up. The new top 4, 4-6-2-3. That is 4-6-2-3. The second race payout for timely bet. 10-10, $5, 340. 6 Brightside Maceo, 1450 and 650 and 2 I'm a Captain, 320. $2 exactor, 127.90. Dollar try, 186.20. Dollar super, 753.70. Double of 5 and 4, 24.20. Fans note in race 8, 9 Bob Cajun, Colin Kelly will drive. That is race 8, 9 Bob Cajun, Colin Kelly will drive. Fans note in race 5, number 8 MVP Kamala, Brady Legacy will drive. Brady Legacy will drive in race 5, 8 MVP Kamala. In race 6, number 7 Country Grace, Jay Harris. Jay Harris drives 7 Country Grace in the 6th. Fans note in race 4, claim entered 6 Fernhill Breeze. Race 4, claim entered 6 Fernhill Breeze. The second race, order of finish from the top, is a 6, 4 place 3, 2 place 4, 1 5, 3 place 2, 7. Once again, top down 6 3 4, 1 5 2 7. Field for race 3 on parade. 1 is Duchesne, Travis Henry for Anthony Beaton and Lisa Lafort and David Mercer and Mac Nichol and April Campbell. Number 2 is Blue Glamber, Scott Young for Shane Barrington and Imagine Stable. 3 is The Turning Point, Todd Ratchford for Shane Barrington and Sylvain Cote and Robert Bernicke. 4 is Lady Get Lucky, Chris Matthews drives and trains for 1 Posse, 2 Steves, 3 Brothers, and Todd Williams. Number 4 is Lady Get Lucky. 5 Cabot Tower, Anthony Hahn for Ken Oliver and Milton Young. Number 6 is Milieu Fromage, Jason Ryan for Harry Martin. And 7, Cool Cute Cookie, Jay Harris for Dwayne Marfisi, and the owners Roy Sproxton and Harb Singh Dillon and Daryl Kaplan and Green and Gold Limited. It's a field of 7 for race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, first up, we got to look at Duchesne, who's even money on the board. And you're single in the pick 5, which you are still alive in. And, well, Duchesne is getting a lot of love, Rob.
Yeah, and hopefully she can come through for me. But real quick, before we get to that, your favorite horse, Gary, Bob Blah Blah, just won the Roach McGregor Memorial at Red Shores, which plays out as a consolation for the big race, the Gold Cup and Saucer. And, yeah, a really big performance from Bob Blah Blah, one of your favorite horses for our buddy Ken Middleton. So congrats to them. He just missed making the final, by the way. So good in his trial, but he just got the job done in that $30,000 race over at Red Shores and PEI. But Duchesne is a horse that, I'm kind of waiting to get away from the company she's been facing. And she does so tonight, right? Can't get you off my mind in Miss Quicksand last time. She was third best. I take either one of those against this group. And before that, can't get you off my mind was the winner. She finished second. And again, I think now you get away from those rivals, and she's supposed to get the job done. Pole position, early speed. She didn't get forwardly placed, and I think she controls it. Maybe controls it throughout, but if not, I don't think she'll be too far away from the pace.
The Turning Point is one that's turned in a number of good starts this year, including back-to-back wins here. Now does step up a level, but the Turning Point is one that could turn in a good showing again.
Well, you know what? You never want to ignore a horse off a victory. Well, this one's actually off 2 victories. It just happens to be a scratch in between those 2. And we remember, that first win here was a good one. It was such a rebound effort from that 9th place finish as the favorites back on July the 12th. And then last time out, first start for Shane Barrington. She just ran away from them. And she really, I thought, turned into a big performance and kind of looked like the horse I remember when she was racking up wins earlier in the season. So I think that the Turning Point is the main danger here. And, again, second start for a new barn, confidence building with a couple of victories now. You never really want to ignore that. But, again, I was already kind of spending a lot in those sequences, so that's why I singled Duchesne. I do think she'll be the tough one to beat.
Lady Get Lucky is interesting. Was showing some good form in 3 starts at Mohawk. The last race wasn't good, but in really tough.
Yeah, definitely in tough. Sorcha, Sealster, How Much, One More Bet. Those are horses that kind of double up in the golds or the grassroots in the OSS program. 2 starts ago, second to Mystic Wild Rose at Woodbine. We've seen that horse race here as well and do good things over this surface. And I think Lady Get Lucky. Obviously unlucky to be 0 for 16 this year, 4 on the board finishes. She's not going to be far away from getting that first trip to the winner's circle in 2024, and maybe it's tonight. She's 5-2. I thought she would take support. I just, like I said, I just don't see how she gets into the race with one like Duchesne having that much speed to her inside, and even the Turning Point right beside her. So I think she's one of the exotics, but I think we'll see her get a victory soon enough.
I took a flyer on Blue Glamber. I know this one in the past has great gate speed. It had been with Jody Cullen last year. 8-1.
Yeah, strong 1-2 punch for trainer Shane Barrington here, right? And Blue Glamber, you're hitting the horse, Gary, that I think's the value right now at 8-1. I don't have her in the multis, but she shouldn't be 8-1 on the board. I think she should be half that. And again, if you're looking for the horse that's going to give you the best return at 10-1 now, it's Blue Glamber.
Well, Duchesne, not a big return, but certainly in with a big chance to win 4-5. It's Duchesne and Blue Glamber on the inside. The turning point, Lady Get Lucky and Cabot Tower. To the outside, Milieu Fromage and Cool Cute Cookie. It's a field of 7. It's race number 3. Field for the third race is at the start, and they're off, and on the inside, leaving out the turning point, and Blue Glamber now backs away, and then it is Milieu Fromage and Duchesne, and now Blue Glamber is 4th away. Lady Get Lucky, then Cabot Tower and Cool Cute Cookie. The turning point is turning in some early speed, but now it is Duchesne who drives through on the inside and is going to take the lead. Duchesne, the turning point. Blue Glamber 3rd. Milieu Fromage is parked and taking back as Lady Get Lucky is 4th. Then it is Milieu Fromage who works in front of Cabot Tower. Cool Cute Cookie is trailing the field. Duchesne has got the lead right now for Travis Henry as they work their way on up past us of a 26-3 opening quarter. And then the turning point is 2nd. Blue Glamber 3rd. Lady Get Lucky 4th. And Milieu Fromage is racing 5th. Cabot Tower and Cool Cute Cookie. On they head up to the half. Duchesne of a 26-3 lively opening quarter. The turning point on the inside. Lady Get Lucky is moving on the outside, as is Cabot Tower. Blue Glamber and Scott Young elected to stay on the pylons, and then it is back to Milieu Fromage and Cool Cute Cookie on the outside. 56-2 halftime, 29-4 second panel, and Duchesne with the lead, but on the outside getting closer. Lady Get Lucky, and then the turning point, and racing 4th on the outside is Cabot Tower. Blue Glamber is locked down to the inside 5th, and then Cool Cute Cookie and Milieu Fromage. It is Duchesne, and Lady Get Lucky is chipping away. Duchesne, 3/4, 125-1. Duchesne is still moving well, and Duchesne, Lady Get Lucky. The turning point took the short way around the turn, as did Blue Glamber, and then it is Cool Cute Cookie and Cabot Tower. Duchesne on down the stretch where they come. Duchesne is game. Duchesne, the turning point, and Duchesne in the turning point. Duchesne is sharp to the finish and wins it. The turning point is 2nd. 3rd is between Lady Get Lucky and Blue Glamber, 154-1. Duchesne got used hard in the opening quarter, but then Rob got a nice little breather, and it was enough to get home in front. Looked sharp the whole way around, I thought.
Yeah, she did. I agree with you, Gary. You know, it's one of those ones where, you know, she's kind of been facing tougher. She's the class of the group, in my opinion, and she just demonstrated that today. She works hard in the early stages. I mean, you know, it's not the obviously right now we're over a surface that's allowing some time, and 26-3 in the opening quarter. I mean, that's certainly legit. She does get a bit of a breather in the second quarter, but then gets pressured by Lady Get Lucky, and you know, I could see her get a little bit tired in the stretch here, but get some reminders to go on in the final stages. And you can see just turns away the turning point, who, you know what, it was a diminishing margin, but I do think she would have kicked on again, even if the race was a little bit further, because again, this just looked like the right spot for her, and she raced really well.
Well, 1-2 is no prize, but if you happen to, I think you might have the top 4 in order, so that's certainly a redeeming. And look there, yeah, you do have. So it's a 1-3-4-2 top 4. You nailed it.
Yeah, pretty chalky though, right? I mean, I don't like to do victory laps when I pick the 4 favorites pretty much in order, but yeah, it's nice. It's always nicer when you can kind of press it. And like I said, I thought that the top 2 were kind of a notch above these. And Lady Get Lucky, I thought, raced really well first over. Just like it's what I thought would happen though, right? Just looked like kind of a race where she's not going to get the best trip, maybe a taxing trip, which she got, but she sticks around for 3rd. And Blue Glamber D7 for 4th. So nice to get a cold super. Would be really nice to get this pick 5 down, because I'm hoping that Timely Bet may be that value that he was in race number 2 in the multi-legs as well.
Well, it's nice to get a cold super if you only played it just one ticket straight through, because then that's showing off.
Absolutely, yeah. When you play it for $1 and you hit it, that's when you can certainly get some returns.
Back in front of us is one Duchesne, a 4-year-old betting line brown mare, owned by Lisa Lafort and David Mercer and Mac Nichol and April Campbell. Anthony Beaton's the trainer, And Travis Henry, the winning driver. Third win for Duchesne. Ninth lifetime, 154-1. The third race payouts. One Duchesne, $3, 220 and 210. Three The Turning Point, 370, 294. Lady Get Lucky, 330. $2 Exactor, 790. Dollar Try, 1250. Dollar Super, 28.45. The third race, order finish from the top. 142 3765. That's 142 3765. Field for race number 4 on parade 1 is Silverback Jack. It's Daryl Thiessen for Carl Dawson and Marissa Wilson. Number 2 is Very Blue Chip. Colin Kelly for Boyd Wilson and Owen Wilson. Number 3, About a Boy. Travis Henry for Ashley Lenvoy and Dana White. And 4 is ABC. Jay Harris for Courtney Robson. Number 5 is Fear the Dice. Jason Ryan for Peter Brickman and Brinsley Brickman.
Seven's next.
Number 7, Military Secret. Todd Ratchford for Michelle Sherman and Sean Downey. And number 6, Fernhill Breeze. Scott Young for Kelly Shepard. Claim entered. Field of 7, race number 4. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, 6-1 on the board. About a Boy came in second last time out and has 5 wins on the year. And maybe it's about time for About a Boy to come back to the winner's circle. You see this one, 3 wins in a row here back in June. About a Boy, 5-1 right now, Rob.
Yeah, About a Boy 5-1. I mean, we don't know where the odds board is going to land come post time. This is a really, to me, tightly matched group, Gary. I really believe that. Like, I think there's several in here that can win, but About a Boy, to me, like last time, raced well to be second to choreographer. Obviously got a favorable trip on that one, but you're still not too far removed from that vet scratch due to sickness and 2 starts back. I mean, obviously was just kind of getting, back into action, and that one had a tough post. Now you get reunited with Travis Henry, good post to work from. He's got speed off the switch. I think we see it tonight. And again, I'd rather have the ones that are going forward off the gate than the ones that are not. And we've seen About a Boy do very good things here. 3 wins in a row back in June, and all of those were front end efforts. So happy to put this one on top. 7-2 right now. I think it's a pretty solid price.
Number 2, Very Blue Chip. I think people are overreacting to that last start, 32-second final quarter. This is one that was racing consistently well. 11-1 is a very good price.
Yeah, it's. I mean, right now that's the direction I'd go in if the odds board was like this behind the gate, because Very Blue Chip last time. I mean, obviously, yeah, you'd say it's a bit of a clunker. I mean, got reasonable fractions on the engine before fading back to 6th in a race that was won by Briggs. But before that, was doing good things here at the river. Second to ABC, went a long way in the lead. Second to Fear the Shadow, that one went on to win multiple races in a row. So it hit the board in 3 of his last 4, inside draw, and another one that's an early speed threat. So, and again, a race where I think several can win it. I'm not going to want to be on the shorter prices. So Very Blue Chip at 12-1 is not a bad option.
And number 6, Fernhill Breeze, gets a start for Kelly Shepard. I might be biased because of his 47 career wins. I've probably called at least half of them, if not more. Fernhill Breeze, I do like 6-1.
Yeah, I think, again, like it's a horse where you've got to like his chances in here, right? First start off the claim now for Kelly Shepard, has hit the board in each of his last 5. Scott Young has gotten along well with this horse in the past, and another one that's got tactical speed but doesn't necessarily have to use it. I mean, I think he's got options off the gate from post 6, and you look at Fernhill Breeze and how those races stack up to this group. I think that they're just fine. So I think you're looking at a race where 5 or 6 of them can maybe win it with the right kind of trip, and it might all come down to trip scenario. I wouldn't want to take one of the shorter prices come post time.
Number 4, ABC, was a winner here in this class only 2 races ago. Last race was post 8. ABC 5-2 is actually getting a fair amount of love, but certainly is one that could come right back, bounce back. Had 2 good races in a row before that last one.
Yeah, I thought ABC would be value here. I think ABC likely is a better price than the multi-leg wagers. I think 5-2, a little bit short on the win end right now. But last time out, that was an amateur driving event. Got away, pretty far back. Was eighth on the spin for home, and I thought was moving probably best of all late stages to be fifth. But I mean, the race was long gone at that point, right? Choreographer was a front end dominant winner. So ABC in here, another one that like I always remember, this one kind of doing good things, forwardly placed, but he's been kind of doing better lately by making middle moves or closing at them late. So I think we're likely going to see that this evening again from ABC. 4-1 now, creeping up on the odds board. He was one I thought would be a value player in here. Maybe he ends up at a better number, like 6-1 come post time.
And Military Secret's also one that was in that race along with ABC, and this is one that maybe could be better. Certainly, he's got some good cred.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, you're looking at a horse 24 wins, 240,000 made. Even if Fear the Dice is 6-5 to me, it's just an over bet. Very good in back-to-back efforts in Sarnia. I mean, he was electric in those two. Like I said, I don't want to take a short price on anyone in this race because I think that any one of 5 or 6 of them can win it.
Well, I got Fernhill Breeze at 8-1. So, and you're on the 3 About a Boy, who's 5-2. It's a field of 7 into the backstretch. Under rainy skies here in Elora on a Friday night. And the field for the 4th race is at the start. And they're off, and blasting out is Very Blue Chip and Silverback Jack. Fernhill Breeze is into the top 3. Then it's About a Boy, Military Secret, ABC and Fear of the Dice, and they work on around the turn. Very Blue Chip has got the lead. Military Secret is still marching on the outside. Silverback Jack 3rd. Fernhill Breeze finds a seat on the inside 4th in front of About a Boy and ABC and Fear of the Dice, but Military Secret just keeps on marching. Military Secret and Todd Ratchford at 6-1 is able to come on and get the lead. Very Blue Chip is 2nd. Silverback Jack is racing 3rd and is currently about 4 back of the leader Military Secret. Fernhill Breeze 4th in front of About a Boy. ABC and Fear the Dice is trailing. They work up to the half of a 27-1 opening quarter, and Military Secret was sharp early blasted to the front from post 7, and Very Blue Chip is getting a very good ride in the pocket. Now Fernhill Breeze on the outside is coming first over. Silverback Jack's 4th to the inside. About a Boy is 5th, 56-1 halftime. ABC is back there in 6th, and then it is Fear of the Dice, and they hustle on towards 3/4. Military Secret, Very Blue Chip, Fernhill Breeze on the outside is chipping away, and now has come on to within 2 of the lead. About a Boy is racing 4th. ABC now is moving up and has come on. Game Lean is out wide, then down to the inside is Silverback Jack, and Fear of the Dice has to pass them all to win. 3/4, 125-3. It is still Military Secret, but 3 wide action comes from About a Boy, and 4 wide is ABC. Very Blue Chip on the inside, and Fernhill Breeze backs away a bit. On down the stretch road they come. Military Secret out for the drive. Very Blue Chip off a very good ride, but Military Secret keeps on marching. Military Secret was able to bomb the field in the 4th and win it. ABC, then Very Blue Chip and About a Boy. Military Secret 155-3. Well, Todd Ratchford knew what the secret was with this one and blasted out and was able to wire the field, Robert.
Yeah, like I said, this is one of the ones going into it where, Gary, I thought so many could win it. You can't pick them all. I mean, I could have obviously you can go deep and take it all and spend $1 million in these multis, but I didn't want to do it. Military Secret did not make my top 4, and obviously should have because he was very good tonight. Different tactics this time around. Todd Ratchford jumps aboard, puts him on the engine, and this horse has done good things on the front end in the past, and he wasn't going to be beat tonight, plain and simple. Those races before his latest were really strong, and he's a horse that kind of gets hot, and when he gets hot, he's tough to beat, and I think that last time was just an example of just not getting the right trip scenario, not being able to get into the race. This time around, much different story.
And look, I mean, earned it. Came out blasting and kept on going. There was nothing cheap about the win.
No, absolutely. And, he's 1 for 15 this year. probably kind of unfair. He's got 4 runner-up finishes, but at 24 lifetime wins, 8 for 22 last year. This horse, when he gets good, he's tough as nails. He really is. Like he's a tough horse to get past. Obviously, 22 starts last year. Maybe some soundness issues, but he's one that certainly has been knocking at the door as of late, and had that victory just 4 starts ago in Sarnia. So again, 6-1, probably an overlay, but again, like I was saying, you wanted to be on the horses that were giving you value in here. I was kind of hoping Very Blue Chip would be able to maybe come off that pocket trip with some authority. At 10-1 would have been a great number for the multi legs. Unfortunately, we got knocked out now, but I think Very Blue Chip raced okay, all things considered. Military Secret was just too good tonight.
And one thing we're seeing again is that if horses want to make the front and they're on the outside, they're not excluded from blasting to the front.
Oh, no, absolutely. And that's what I love about this new surface, right? I mean, there was a time where we would have avoided post 7 and 8 like the plague. You don't have to do that anymore. You can certainly use those ones if they've got any kind of tactical speed.
Back in front of us, number 7, Military Secret. Military Secret victorious for Todd Ratchford. 8-year-old Captain Treacherous Brown gelding on by Sean Downey, trained by Michelle Sherman. Second win this year, 25th win lifetime for Military Secret. 155-3. Fourth race payout, 7 Military Secret. 1460. 644.74 ABC. 383.42 Very Blue Chip 680. $2 exactor 52.30. Dollar try 100. 31.05. Dollar super 346.20. Fourth race, Sorhoi finish from the top is a 7-3-4-2-5-6-1. That's 7-3-4-2-5-6-1 on the bottom. Fans note in race number 4, claim number 6, Fernhill Breeze, the new trainer Gerard Demers. Fernhill Breeze, new trainer Gerard Demers. On post parade for race 5, 1 All Star Finest, Jay Harris for Dan Titovic and Bob and Zoran Dan Titovic. Number 2, Tribal Dancer Todd Ratchford for Rod Boyd. Number 3, We Believe in Scott Young for Paul Reed and Gary Lance. 4 is Cozy Up, Jason Ryan for John Kennedy and Rick Ryer. Number 5, Sheila's Brush, Anthony Hunt for Ken Oliver and Milton Young. Number 6 is Land of Paradise, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Bradley McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Shirley Griffin. Number 7, Happy Looker, Daryl Thiessen for Mark Winnicott and Donald Smith and Donna Parker. And number 8 is MVP Kamala. It's Brady Legacy for Ernest Party. It's a field of 8 for race number 5. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 3, We Believe in. Well, despite back-to-back ninth place finishes at Mohawk, the fans are believing, and both you and I are believing in this one as well.
Yeah, We Believe in, I think, is obviously a big-time player in here, Gary. But look at those pick 5 and pick 4 and other multi-leg wager payouts. I mean, they're all onto the 3 We Believe in and Cozy, the 4 Cozy Up. Other than that, there's 3 others that are paying obviously much better, and there's even some carryover opportunities. But We Believe in is a horse that came out this year, got off to a real hot start, won 3 of her first 4 starts, including an OSS grassroots event, but then kind of tailed off since then. I mean, sometimes, as you work your way up the ladder, non-winners of 2, she kind of lost her winning ways, and then most recently got to that class in between non-winners of 1 and non-winners of 2 at Mohawk Park, and wasn't able to do much in there, but obviously got away lost in that one. 10th off the gate. Maybe we'll see a little more forwardly placed tonight with Scott Young aboard. 3 to 5, 4 to 5. I don't know. It's been a long time between drinks for me for We Believe in, and well, I do think she's the one to beat in here. I don't know if I would take odds on her. That's for sure.
And Cozy Up is offering the better price, 7 to 2. This is one dropping down as well. That the form before the last race wasn't bad, but fits quite nicely in this spot.
Yeah, and last time the winner of that pop-up round, first round of that pop-up series was Yoda Queen, right? We'd bet anything on Yoda Queen against this group. So you can just throw the last one out. 4th, 2 back to Royal Tell. That's second, I guess. The turning point is probably the best form reference on her card there. It happened in this class, and it was a decent enough effort. I thought maybe she deserved a better fate in that race. But again, she's kind of been, to me, a little bit inconsistent. Just 2 for 24 in the season. Lots of on-the-board finishes. But I think 9 to 2, she's the value right now. If you're going to bet one flat between those two, of course you go to the bigger price, because I don't think there's as much separating them as the odds board would tell us right now.
Number 7, Happy Looker, was second in this class, a solid second to Kalina Diamond 2 races ago. But if you bet her last time out, well, you're not looking very happily at that line. But still, this is a mare that overall has had some decent spots this year and could rebound.
Yeah, kind of a tough trip last time though, right? I mean, they went 26 and 3, 55 and 4, and I remember I was kind of surprised to see her kind of get away third and then go right on the gas pedal to go on the attack. So she's got every right to fade out of it and come home in 32 seconds on that occasion. The time before that, it was much better when finishing second to Clean a Diamond, and overall body of work this year, I don't think's been too bad at all. 17-time winner with almost 150,000 made. You pick up Daryl Thiessen tonight, and he's going to have options off the gate because she's got tactical speed. We saw that too back, and many other times in her career. So we'll see what the trip scenario looks like tonight. I don't think she's without a chance. And 25-1, that's a monster number.
Well, we saw her blast to the front from post 6 here in 26 and 3 July the 5th, and did stick around in that one for a third, and that was against tougher. So certainly a Happy Looker at a price, maybe. And number 2, Tribal Dancer, well, right now isn't dancing well, but this could be a better spot.
It might be. I mean, we've seen her walk away empty-handed right now in each of her last five. She hasn't hit the board in 7 tries this season, but I do think that this is now the softest spot she's seen, and she gets an inside draw this time around. She's a horse that does have tactical speed, 7-1, not a bad number. I mean, I definitely use her in the high five.
She was so good as a 2-year-old. 8 out of 10 in the top 3 in a market 52 and 2. Tribal Dancer 8-1, but we believe in, well, we're believing this one 3-5, although I'd like that 4-1 and Cozy Up better, Rob. It's a field of 8 for race number 5, taking up their positions. All-Star Finest Tribal Dancer, we believe in on the inside. Cozy Up and Sheila's Brush. And to the outside, Land of Paradise, Happy Looker, MVP Kamala. It's a field of 8. The 5th dash. Field for race number 5 is at the start, and they're off, and blasting out now. Down the center of the track is Cozy Up. Tribal Dancer to the inside, we believe in. Sheila's Rush, All-Star Finest, then Land of Paradise and Happy Looker. And MVP Kamala is back trailing the field. And Cozy Up wants to come on and clear to the front now. Tribal Dancer is sitting cozy in the pocket. We believe in his third. All-Star Finest fourth. And Sheila's Brush and Land of Paradise and Happy Looker. And MVP Kamala is back trailing the field. They're in a line now as they race up towards us, and 27 and 2 opening quarter. Cozy Up in front of Tribal Dancer, and now working first over. Here comes We Believe in Scott Young with authority in the outside. We Believe in wants to challenge Cozy Up right now. Tribal Dancer is racing third. Then it is All-Star Finest and Sheila's Brush. Land of Paradise to the outside, Happy Looker, and MVP Kamala trailing the field. We Believe it and Cozy Up are dueling on past the half. Halftime 57. Cozy Up 5-2 on the board. We Believe in 1-2 on the outside, and about a half length off the lead. But Cozy Up continues to march right now. Cozy Up, We Believe in. Tribal Dancer getting up closer is Sheila's Brush. Racing fifth is All-Star Finest, and Happy Looker is sixth and about 3.5 or 4 from the lead. Then it is Land of Paradise and MVP Kamala. Cozy Up 5-2 on the board, has a lead of a length and a half now. We Believe in is flattened out, scooting through to the inside is Tribal Dancer. Sheila's Brush is rushing 3 wide. Happy Looker gets a bit closer, All-Star Finest and Land of Paradise, and well back is MVP Kamala. Cozy Up leads, and Tribal Dancer at 8-1 as they come on down this fresh drive. Tribal Dancer's trying to dance to Cozy Up on the inside. Tribal Dancer's getting a bit closer. Cozy Up and Tribal Dancer. Tribal Dancer and Todd Ratchford rolls on by Cozy Up. Then third was We Believe in, and fourth is between Happy Looker and All-Star Finest. It's 2 in a row for Todd Ratchford. Tribal Dancer came on down the lane and did get by, Robert.
Yeah, she gets by in the late stages. You know what? Perfect steer from Todd Ratchford. I mean, like I said, it just looked like a spot we're going to see her go forward off the gate. She's got a good draw. We've seen tons of early foot from her in the past, and the softest spot she's seen all year. And then she gets to get a ringside seat in behind, We Believe in and Cozy Up battling in front of her. So again, a horse that I thought was providing value on the board, and a lot of value too. I thought in the multi-leg payouts on her. She gets past in the final strides. Cozy Up. I mean, kind of been one that's been a bit camera shy as of late, but also been a bit unlucky. I think unlucky again tonight because I think she raced well. She was game in defeat. She just took on We Believe in, the heavy favorite. She won that battle, but she lost the war.
Yeah, it really is hard, though, to take a horse that's got 4 consecutive eighth place finishes and place that one onto the top of your ticket.
Oh, it definitely is. I mean, don't get me wrong, but again, this is why they get down to this level, right, Gary? I mean, it's a spot where horses can wake up, and that's what Tribal Dancer did. You said it yourself. How good was she at the age of 2? She hasn't shown that this year, but the problem is when you have success at 2, you're not going to get into very many soft spots, when you come out as a sophomore. So likely that's kind of what it's been for her. And just like our pal Bob Loblaw, who kind of got back on the comeback trail right here at the river, maybe we're going to see something similar for Tribal Dancer.
Yeah, Tribal Dancer at 8-1. It's a 2-4-3-1-7. And, well, Tribal Dancer, Todd Ratchford driving well in back-to-back starts, Rob.
Yeah, he is. No, Todd Ratchford doing good things here at the river and beyond. Love what he's been doing as a driver, and he puts them in the right spots, and did that with Tribal Dancer. And again, obviously the trip worked out, but she may have been tough to beat even if that leader got an easier go of it.
On the board, Tribal Dancer is the winner. Back in front of us, Tribal Dancer, 3-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay filly, owned by a number two company from Ottawa. It is the first win this year and the 4th lifetime. Rod Boyd, the trainer, Todd Ratchford, the winning driver. Tribal Dancer, 155-4. Fifth race payout to Tribal Dancer, $18, 823, 34. Cozy Up, $4, 210. 3. We Believe in 220. $2 exactor, 52.40. Dollar try, 42.35. Dollar pick 3, 3 of 3, 180.60. The dollar pick 4 is 792.35. Dollar pick 5, 1371.80. Dollar high 5, 731.20. fifth race. Order finished in the top 413 26758. That's 413 26758 on the bottom.
We've reached the halfway point of our card here at Grand River Raceway on this fantastic Friday. You know what that means? It's now time to take a look at the late pick five wager with that same low take out of 15% and another sequence where I think we could see a decent payout. The first one paid just over $270 for 20 cents. Close, but no cigar for yours truly, but we'll try to get this one here. And we're going to start off with a single this time in a race for 2-year-olds. That single is going to be number 6. Not a bad guy at odds of 9-2 right now. I'd be surprised if that price holds up because last time out, I thought was a pretty good second. Only missing by a slim margin, just 3/4 of a length, and 57.4 was his own mile time. And Tyler Moore was aboard on that occasion. Travis Henry up today. And before that, didn't have much of a chance, I didn't think, in his previous efforts. And I just thought that was a big step in the right direction for one from the Sean Stacey barn. And I've seen horses, especially youngsters, kind of take big leaps forward for that conditioner. And I think not a bad guy. Might be sitting on a win here. 9-2 is the odds right now. And that would be a real big price, in my opinion, on that one. 1, 5, 6, and 7 in race number 7. Kind of a race where I think that there might be some value to be had. I think the 2 3-year-olds that I'm using, All Star, what you call it, and Better Stop Me Now, or 2 you have to have. I'm intrigued by the 7 Don't Play with Fire. 2-year-old against older though, hate doing that, but I do think he's in with a big chance in there. 3, 4, and 8 in race. Number 8, love the 8 Smoking Hot Dude, even with that post 8. So good last time coming from off the pace. Might go a similar trip tonight, but I think he fits in well with this group despite moving up in class. BJ's Choice kind of goes a similar journey typically to Smoking Hot Dude's last trip. And Large John Looker is going to likely be the speed in the race with Minotaur, but we're going to go 3, 4, and 8. And Large John Looker has obviously repeat potential, but I like Smoking Hot Dude from that outside draw. Just the 5 LA Sun Control in race 9. To me, this was a race where you use 3 or 4 of them, or you single. And I'm a big fan of LA Sun Control. Thought raced really well at Mohawk Park last time to be 5th. Time before that, got used really hard on the outside before fading to 8th. Reunited with Daryl Thiessen. I think we're going to see LA Sun Control get back to the winner's circle tonight in race number 9. 3, 5, and 8 in that finale. Going 3 deep in there with Miss Sophia Rose, Time Waits on No One, and Red Dirt Hot Shot, who's won 2 in a row at Georgian Downs. $7.20 for a 20-cent wager is the way that I see it. Kind of an affordable ticket where I think there could be some decent payouts if you get the right numbers down. We'll see what Conley's got in store for us in this late pick 5 again. I thought both sequences tonight could pay. The first one had a decent return, and he's playing it thin. Wow, it's Conley usually spends a little more going into the weekend, but he's gone really thin with this one, and he agrees with me here. Just a 6, not a bad guy in race number 6. The 1 and 6 in race number 7, so we're in the same neighborhood there. 3, 6 in race number 8, so we're kind of in the same neighborhood. He's got Minotaur, though. I don't have that one. Just a 7 in race 9, so he's keying Sporty Bob, so we're going a different direction there. We both can't be winners. I just thought Sporty Bob might have a tough time from that uttermost post in the contest. 2, 3, and 5 to finish it off. We're kind of in the same ballpark in the finale. $2.40 is the cost of Conley's late pick 5 ticket, but you want to map out your own winning wager for this sequence that kicks off right here in race number 6. Same low take out of 15%. And Gary and I will come back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field 4, race number 6. On parade 1, Pop on Top, Brady Legacy for Dan Legacy and Timothy Murray and Edwin Bueller and Big Al Stable. Number 2, Red Menace, Martin Lachance drives and trains for Dan Mockridge. Number 3 is Torque Delight, JP Renault for Julie Walker and Gaetan Bono. Number 4 is McSeashore, Anthony Hahn for Mike Healing and Dreamville Stables and Pitbull Stable. 5 is Scratch. Number 6, Not a Bad Guy, Travis Henry for Sean Stacy and Hudson Stanibreads and Alan Sellen. Number 7, Country Grace, Jay Harris for Rodney Hughes and Sarah Emery. And number 8, Wicked Ending, Todd Ratchford for James Wellwood and Jeffrey Wellwood. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, number 6, Not a Bad Guy, is not a good price. 8-5 is the favorite, but that last race beaten only 3/4 and coming home in 28-2. Probably didn't expect to get a great price on Not a Bad Guy, Robert.
Yeah, I didn't expect it at all. I'll be honest. I think 8-5 is not a bad number at all. I'm not a bad guy right now. When he didn't open off as the favorite, I figured it'd just be a matter of time before he takes support to drop down to favoritism because the effort last time was a good one, Gary. I mean, he comes home in 28-2. He just kind of misses to what's your limits. I mean, it wasn't really a meaningful threat to that one in the late stages, but was clearly the best of the rest. And I thought it was a good enough effort that he merits respect in here. And as a pick 5 single for yours truly, and post 6 isn't a bad spot to be. I mean, he's shown he's got some speed off the gate, and also we know. First of all, he moves into post 5, but we know with the 2-year-olds, I mean, there could be a miscue or horses might be targeted to the gate to his inside. So I think he's going forward off the switch, and I'd be surprised if he doesn't have the lead at some point in the early stages.
He already shows 55-4 July the 18th at Mohawk, and Not a Bad Guy is also coming back on a good tight rotation of 7 days, 2-1. That'd probably be the best we're going to hope for. 8, Wicked Ending. Maybe Todd Ratchford can get it 3 in a row. And this is one that's been at least knocking on the door of making the top 3 and does show a mile of 57 here, 2 starts back.
Yeah, back-to-back fourths. And Todd Ratchford, getting back between the wheels, right? He was aboard 2 back with him when he only got beat 4 lengths. And I think that you look at that latest effort, got away 3rd, moved first over, kind of just spun his wheels out there. But I thought for a moment in the stretch he might come forward, and then he just tired late and ended up kind of a ways back of Not a Bad Guy. So I really couldn't put them in the same category tonight. But do I think Wicked Ending should be double digits on the board? Absolutely not. I think he fits in really nicely with this group. And even with post 7, we know that you can get forwardly placed off from that spot, and especially in a 2-year-old event, there's a lot of things that can happen in the early stages. So I don't think he's going to be too far out of it, and I'd be kind of surprised if he doesn't land somewhere, try or super. But I'll put him right up in the exacta and hope that he gets that price in the exotics.
Pop on Top is interesting because taking a ton of money, and you do see that August the second qualifier, second of 2, with a 27-3 final quarter and a decent mile overall. But then that start at Mohawk, well, I mean, you can talk about it. It's just 8th beaten 25.
Yeah, it's really hard to get a gauge on what he can do tonight based off that effort, right? I mean, he's a $75,000 yearling purchase, and he's got 3 siblings that have made over $100,000, and a couple that made over $200,000. So when you look at that aspect of it, you certainly think, okay, this looks like a much better spot for him. He's got rail control. But, I mean, you'd like to see, I guess, a little bit more, especially in the early stages of that latest, before you'd want to back him at 9-5. I think he's a player in here. That's why I have him in the top 3. And again, if I thought that he's going to be getting away well and blasting off the wings of the gate, then maybe I would have had him rated higher. But to me, I think I'd rather take 6-5 with Not a Bad Guy than 9-5 on Pop on Top.
Number 2, Red Menace. I'm interested what you say about that last race because it didn't do a lot early, but at least the back half was good.
Yeah, good back half. And with these youngsters, right, I typically like to see those consecutive faster quarters. He almost does that, but hey, 28-1 and 28-1 on the end of it, that's something we can certainly get behind. I would like to see a better price on him, but maybe him taking this much money is a good thing. I mean, he's taking money throughout the betting, now down to 3-1. He fits with this group, but again, I'm happy to stick with Not a Bad Guy, even at even money.
Well, Not a Bad Guy. Look at that price. Just it's probably about what you might anticipate. Pop on top, Red Menace on the inside, Torque Delight, McSeashore, Not a Bad Guy to the outside, Country Grace and Wicked Ending. Field of 7, race number 6. They're moving into the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. And the field for race number 6. They're all in position. There at the start of the rough, and Not a Bad Guy is off to not a bad start. Red Menace on the inside, those pressing on through. Then Wicked Ending and Pop on top. Torque Delight. Then back further to McSeashore and Country Grace. Not a Bad Guy fell to 1-5 on the board. Red Menace now, and Martin Lachance is filling the pocket, and Pop on top had a bit of pop early. Is third and is about 3.5 from the lead. Wicked Ending fourth. Then Torque Delight, McSeashore, and Country Grace is trailing the field. They head on past the opening quarter in 29-4. Not a Bad Guy, and Travis Henry with the lead. Red Menace is racing second. Then third in line is Pop on top as they work their way up towards the half. Wicked Ending fourth, Torque Delight fifth. Then McSeashore and Country Grace, they're in a line as they race their way up toward the half, and it is Not a Bad Guy 1-5 with a lead of about 2.25. Red Menace is second. Pop on top third, 1 minute 2/5 the halftime, 30-3 second panel, and they head their way on down the backstretch. Fourth is Wicked Ending, Torque Delight fifth, and then McSeashore and Country Grace, but Not a Bad Guy, and Travis Henry, no urging just yet, leads at a couple of a Red Menace, and now moving on the outside, Wicked Ending has come on to take over third. Pop on top on the inside, now is fizzling away, and Torque Delight is racing fourth, and then fifth is McSeashore, and Pop on top is sixth, and then Country Grace, Not a Bad Guy. 3/4 in 1:30, and it is Not a Bad Guy, leading by still a length and 3/4 of Red Menace. Wicked Ending is third on. Down the stretch drive they come. Not a Bad Guy. Red Menace trying to close, but Not a Bad Guy gets a few taps and drives on. Not a Bad Guy is under wraps at the finish. Red Menace will finish second. Then it was Wicked Ending and Torque Delight. 1:58-3. Not a Bad Guy. A pretty just cruise on around the track, makes it look easy and gets the job done, but not at any price at all, Rob.
No, not at any price at all. I mean, it just plummeted down to 1-5 late. I mean, they were dangling that 6-5, 4-5 in front of us, even 8-5. But I expected this horse to get hammered late. And you know what, Gary? For the people that kind of bet off the gate, I mean, that's something that I do like to do. You want to see how horses are lining up behind the gate. He was the one that was on the gate looking like he was going to blast off, and we saw horses to his inside kind of gapped off as 2-year-olds do at times. So it was no surprise that he kind of just waltzed to the engine 29-4, minute and 2, and that's pretty much lights out now, right? I mean, last time, he had to, do a little more work when he finished second. So what's your limits? And I think that this was a horse that was just sitting on a victory, and does so on the engine. And Red Menace, he took a lot of support. I mean, a lot of money throughout, late money as well. Raced very well. I mean, by all rights, probably would have won this race if he doesn't have to face the likes of Not a Bad Guy. Just too tough for him tonight.
Well, was my second choice, and yeah, Red Menace. That was a nice turnaround effort, but and that little bit of urging by Travis Henry probably just so that the horse doesn't fall asleep on the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are youngsters; they're still learning the ropes out there. I mean, this horse here has never been on the lead yet, right? So he's on the engine for the first time, and obviously he flourished with that trip. But yeah, likely needs just a reminder to go on. I thought it was pretty easy, all things considered. Wicked ending. I thought another solid effort, right? Kind of a useful horse that's out there, kind of learning the ropes and picking up good chunks and getting an education at that too, with the plethora of different trips so far in his career. Rounds it out at 21-1, but obviously those odds are inflated because we see heavy favorite onto second favorite. So I'm not sure these exotics will pay much, even though Torque Delight gets onto the bottom end of the Super at 50-1.
It's a 6-2-8-3 top four. Race number 6, not a bad guy, was a very good guy. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 6, number 6, not a bad guy. 2-year All Bets Off Bay Cold, owned by Hudson Standardbreds and Alan Sellon. Sean Stacy, the trainer. Travis Henry, the winning driver, not a bad guy. 158-3. The 6th race payout 6, not a bad guy. 250, 210, 210. 2 Red Menace 260, 210. 8 Wicked Ending 230. $2 Exactor 450. $4 Rise 645. $1 Super 28.40. The sixth race order of finish from the top, 7245, scratch 163. That's 7245, scratch 163.
Not a bad guy. Cruised to victory in race number 6 as the hefty favorite. So many are likely still alive in that late pick 5 wager. But it's race number 7 now, and time to kick off the late pick 4 with that same low takeout of 15%. I don't stray very far from my pick 5 tickets. I keep the numbers the same, generally speaking, and that's why you see 1, 5, 6, and 7 here in race number 7. That's how I'm going to kick it off here. I do like a couple of 3-year-olds and the one all-star, what you call it, in the 5, Better Stop Me Now, but very intrigued by the 7, Don't Play with Fire. Love that one at Hanover last time. He would have won by a wider margin if he got room sooner. And I think he's one that's been really trending in the right direction for Julie Walker and John Bernard Renault. So got that one on my ticket. 5-1 right now. We'll tab the price on that one coming up to post time. Race number 8, 3, 4, and 8. BJ's Choice, Large on Looker, and Smoking Hot Dude. Smoking Hot Dude, my top pick in there. Even with post date, he was fantastic in victory last time. He faces tougher, but I think he might be able to handle that group if his trip is not too tricky. Race number 9, just a 5. LA Sun Control. Big fan of this horse. 6 for 14 this year. Hasn't won in 6 starts now, but I think he's been racing better than advertised lately. He gets back here to the river. He was second in this class last time he was in it, and I think he's going to be a big factor, and I'm happy to single him and make him my spot play of the night. Race number 10, the 3, 5, and 8. A race that kind of changed its complexion with the scratch of the 9, a disruptor. Miss Sophia Rose off a win. Time waits on no one. Second start back in the barn of Gerard Demers and getting here to the river where I think she'll like it. And the 8 Red Dirt Hot Shot, who's won 2 in a row at Georgian Downs. $7.20 for a 20-cent ticket is the way that I see this late pick 4. We'll see what Conley's got for us, and he was pinching his pennies for his pick 5 ticket, his late pick 5 ticket, and he's doing it again for his late pick 4. So maybe trying to save some money for the King's Play tomorrow. But 1-5 to kick us off here in race number 7. I think those are the 2 logical ones, so I can't disagree with what Conley's done on this one. 3-6 in race number 8. I like BJ's Choice. I left Minotaur off. Just not sure what the trip's going to look like. If he ever goes down the road like a stablemate just did, then obviously that would boost up his chances. But I'm just not sure how it works out for him because there's a lot of speed to his inside. Race number 9. He's got the 7 Sporty Bob Keats. We both can't be winners, so I'm singling the 5 LA Sun Control. Sporty Bob's logical. I mean, he's won 2 of his last 4, hit the board in all those efforts, but I think it just gets tougher for him now, right? Post 7, and last time with post 5, he got away 4th. I'm not sure he can make the lead from out there. If he does, he might get taxed pretty good doing it. But Conley's going to single him up in race number 9. 2, 3, and 5 in the finale. We're in the same neighborhood there, no doubt, but I also like the 8 Red Dirt Hot Shot, even from that outermost post in the contest. $2.40 is the cost of Conley's 20-cent late pick 4 ticket, starting right here in race number 7. You want to map out your winning wagers for this sequence. Again, the takeout's always below 15%. And Gary and I will be back in just a minute or two to take a closer look at race number 7.
Fans, a driver change in race number 10, number 3, Miss Sophia Rose. Mark Goddard will drive. Mark Goddard drives 3, Miss Sophia Rose in the 10th. field for the seventh race. On parade one, All-Star Whatchacallit, Jay Harris for Gord Dancedovic and Bob Dancedovic and Kenny Albright. Number 2, Outlaw Jesse James. It's Mark Goddard driving and training for William Brown. Number 3 is State 1 Smiley, Pat Houdon for Brian Schufelt. 4 is Laser, Lauren House for Cassidy Schneider and Dr. Steve Taylor. 5, Better Stop Me Now, Travis Henry for Greg McNair and Bradley Grant. 6, Tell You Ride, Hanover, Jason Ryan for Jack Darling. 7, Don't Play With Fire, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble. And the bright, he's still watching Anthony Hahn for Lyle MacArthur and Linda Wellwood and Tammy Aspen, and a field of 8 for race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, 5 Better Stops Me Now is the 7-5 favorite, but I love that you're taking a shot here. 7-1 on one All-Star Whatchacallit. A little light on the overall top 3 record, but inside post position, and well, is coming in off of a couple of 54 and change miles.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the idea, right? I mean, we see the lines over this surface, obviously, aren't that crash hot. But I mean, that line June 28th, that was pretty good, right? Trailing post ends up only getting beat by a length or so to Port St. Charles in 4th after going first over. We can ignore the next one, right? He finished with broken equipment. And then after that, Mohawk Park, and kind of had to go those quicker mile times just to try to be competitive with his rivals there. Now you get the pole position against Softer again, and I think we might see him come up with his best efforts of the year. No on the board finishes yet this season, but I just look at this field top to bottom and think, okay, well, if he's going to go out there and show something, this is likely the group he's going to do it against. So 4-1 right now. I mean, had to get more than 5-2, the morning line price. I'm thinking right now 4-1 is probably about the right number. 3-1 even, not that bad either.
Number 5, Better Stop Me Now, is the logical favorite in here, but look, has only one good effort really, and then some problems. So, and probably is going to drop below even money, which is tough to take when you have that one good start and didn't finish it off.
Yeah, it's kind of a situation for me because I obviously picked against him here. Now I think he's got a big chance. I thought he raced well last time, all things considered. He only got beat by Smokin' Hot Dude, who I was a big fan of, and that one won by a wide margin. I like him again tonight, so I have to hope he's a good form reference for Smokin' Hot Dude. But I've also played against him in this spot. But I think he's got reason to take a step forward. Right, second start now for Greg McNair, and another one that had been racing at Mohawk Park without success, that by all rights should continue to have success here at the River. So again, I was fully expecting him to be the favorite. You're right, he probably will be odds on, and maybe even should be odds on just on paper. But I don't think he's one that is a slam dunk by any stretch of the imagination. So that's why I went for value. But if he wins it, would I be surprised? Absolutely not.
Number 7, Don't Play With the Fire. Now, unlike the first two that only have one good, a top 3 finish in their career, this one comes in off of back-to-back strong efforts and a win.
Yeah, and he was one that I first kind of got a good look at on July 27th at Hanover. Trailing post on that occasion, got cemented, took a lot of support, got cemented on the cones, got loose way too late, and I thought did very well, all things considered, to finish second in that race. Kind of had no right to finish second. Then next time out, sat a 2-hole trip. You think, oh, this is perfect. He got cemented again in that spot. Got kind of lucky to get out, and when he did get room, though, he did exactly what he needed to do to get the job done. So, to me, he's probably value at 5-1. Gary, I just don't like taking 2-year-olds against 3-year-olds. I think that's the only reason why I didn't put him on top. When I saw him in to go, got very excited, but I put him third because it's hard for me to put him ahead of a couple of 3-year-olds.
Yeah, and look, at least is one that's got a win, which is he's the only one with a win in this field. and is currently 5-1. Number 6, Telluride Hanover, one that you see a good qualifier, 57-1 qualifier, July the 5th. But the three races, well, they show a little bit of speed, but overall, in terms of the outcome, show a little bit to be desired yet.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I kind of expected better things from this one when he first came out. $55,000 yearling, and he is a half brother to the legend Hanover, who's got 11 wins and 143,000 made. I just I think this is obviously a good transition for him, though, right? You're getting away from tougher foes at Mohawk Park, and I think that if you just come back to those qualifying efforts, he should be more than competitive against this group. So again, he's another one of the 2-year-olds in here, though, right? So sometimes we see the 2-year-olds get to draw inside against the 3-year-olds. Not in this case. They actually have to work from the outside of the gate. Tell your right hand over with the 6-hole and don't play with fire with the 7-hole. But I mean, tell your right hand over at 15-1. I mean, Jack Darling, solid connections. Maybe a horse is worth a poke and just a flyer as a throwaway bet. I mean, it's a big number on him.
Well, right now, number 5, Better Stop Now, I said is probably going to drop well down. 3-5 on the board. So you got your shot here on the inside right now at 5-1 with All Star Whatchacallit and Jay Harris. Probably worth taking the shot because 3-5 is something you can pass with just one good start in the career. We'll see how it unfolds, but it's a field of 8. All Star Whatchacallit, Outlaw Jesse James, and State One Smiley. In the center, Laser. Better Stop Me Now. On the outside, Telluride Hanover. Don't play with fire, and he's still watching. Field of 8, the 7th dash. Field for the 7th race is nearing the start. And they're off. He's still watching from the outside. He's going to blast hard. State One Smiley. Laser. Better Stop Me Now. And on the inside, All-Star Whatchacallit. All-Star Whatchacallit presses on through now from post 1 and is going to grab the lead. State One Smiley is racing second. Laser to the inside. Better Stop Me Now on the outside. Better Stop Me Now is still traveling on the outside but is third and now is looking to take back and squeeze over to the pylons and was able to do so in front of Laser. Then up and driving now as the field works their way off the turn and moving now on the outside. That is He's Still Watching, who's come on to take over fourth, and also popping out when Better Stop Me Now, who's moved up quickly to take over second, and then moves back down to the inside as All-Star Whatchacallit is sharp right now off that 27-2 opening quarter. Has a lead of about 2.25 lengths. Better Stop Me Now is racing second and is closed up in the pocket. State One Smiley third. He's Still Watching fourth. Then it is Laser and Telluride Hanover. Don't Play with the Fire. And Outlaw Jesse James is trailing the field. All-Star Whatchacallit dropped all the way down to 2-1 and has the lead and is being chased by Better Stop Me Now, but still has work to do. Is 2.5 off the lead. And Telluride Hanover and Jason Ryan now has come on gamely and moved up to take over third. State One Smiley is reclaimed fourth. Then it's He's Still Watching. Laser on the inside. Don't Play with Fire. Outlaw Jesse James is well back. 3/4, 125-4. A 28-4 third panel. All-Star Whatchacallit trying to put away Better Stop Me Now. Still leads by a length and a half as they turn for home. All-Star Whatchacallit on down the stretch drive they come. Better Stop Me Now. All-Star Whatchacallit. Better Stop Me Now. All-Star Whatchacallit. I call it a win. Then second is between Telluride Hanover and Better Stop Me Now, and Don't Play with Fire. 155-4. All-Star Whatchacallit fell down to 2-1, but it's still a ticket that you can cash, Robert.
Yeah, we'll take it. I mean, obviously not the price that we were hoping for, but you still beat a 1-2 shot, and especially that should prove positive for us in the multi-leg wagers, Gary. But you know what? I mean, listen, Better Stop Me Now raced well, all things considered, and so did Telluride Hanover. I actually thought, I mean, when you picked him up making that big move, I said, this horse might be coasting right on past him. Kind of had his momentum broken by Better Stop Me Now, and then had to re-rally again in the stretch, but I thought that one raced really well. Youngster against older, and one we should probably keep an eye on, especially if he comes back here at the river.
Yeah, but I think the key all-star, what you call it, you saw Jay Harris leave on the inside, and it looked like others were getting out better, but he just kept on forging forward and then got the early lead.
Yeah, I loved what he did with Ulster. What you call it here? I mean, you got the pole position. You know, we know that's been a successful spot here at the river, and one where guys can still get off the gate from. We were worried maybe that would put him at a disadvantage to some of the outside posts with speed, but in this spot here, Jay Harris, I mean, he's so good at getting them off the switch, and he got this one to really fly in the early going and securing that lead, and then that second quarter breather was likely the difference in the race.
Yeah, but it's not like he stole it 57 half in a mile of 55 and 4. So he went honest fractions and he earned it all the way to the finish.
Oh, he definitely did. There's no doubt about it. I mean, this is a horse, right? Hasn't the board in 10 tries this year, but he gets to the spot, and I think those races at Mohawk Park, going those quicker mile times, certainly did him the world of good. You know, getting back here, it's almost like, you know, dropping the ankle weights off and facing horses that he can be more than competitive against. And, you know, don't play with fire. Other 2-year-old in the race, he kind of, you know, driven a little bit quietly tonight. I mean, probably needs to get acclimated to this level of competition. I think we'll see more good things from him. Hopefully he faces 2-year-olds next time.
Well, your top four were 1576, so, buddy, you were wrong.
I know. I got to give you better, Gary.
Oh, there you go. Nice, nice taking down the favorite. Back in front of us, one all-star, what you call it, 3-year-old, all bets off, Baycold. Owned by Bob Dancitovic and Kenny Albrecht. Gordon Dancitovic's the trainer. Jay Harris, the winning drive. First win for all-star, what you call it, 155 and 4. The seventh race payouts. One, All-Star Whatchacallit, 630, 390, 220. Six, Tell You Ride, Hanover, 680 and 380. And five, Better Stop Me Now, 210. $2 exactor, 46.60. Dollar try, 36.50. Dollar super, 178.75. Seventh race, or we finish from the top, 18573 246. That's 18573 246 on the bottom. Field for race 8 on parade. 1, Rob Howard, Lauren House. 4, Michelle Sherman and Sean Downey. Number 2 is Puff's Last Shadow. Scott Young drives for David Fry and Sarah Fry. Number 3, BJ's Choice, Jason Ryan for Mark Goddard and William Brown. Number 4, Larjan Looker, Todd Ratchford for Patrick Bissett and Larry Lane. Number 6, Minotaur, Travis Embry for Sean Stacy and Hudson Stenebritz and Catherine Stacy in Landmark 16 Racing. Number 7, Zippin' and Rippin' Anthony Hahn for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing. Eight is Smokin' Hot Dude, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Dr. Terry Fried. Nine is Bob Cajun, Colin Keller for William Hofacker. It's a field of 8. Scratched is 5, Redland Wrangler. Let's look at this field. And well, number 8, Smokin' Hot Dude. Now it'll be post position 7, and one that raced from off the pace last race. And well, how did he do so we can compare? Oh, winner again, by 4 1/4 lengths, Rob.
Yeah, he absolutely crushed, and it was one of those ones, Gary, where I think that he could have even made the move sooner than he did, and maybe would have won by more. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you move out to a more difficult post only by one spot, and you move up in class, but I don't really think that it's that huge of a leap considering the performance that he put on in that effort. 27-2 in the third quarter. 28-3 home. I don't think he was all out by any stretch, and 155-4 was the mile time. So I was really impressed by his effort August the 2nd. Thought he did really well to be third, and that was at this level. And maybe if he got rolling sooner that time around, he would have made his way to the winner's circle. So I don't know if we get 8-1 come post time. If we do, I'll certainly be trying to get behind that number, because I think that's a pretty big price on a horse that last time out raced I thought incredibly well.
The ones that'll probably be the main threats are BJ's Choice, Larjan Looker, and Minotaur. And I have Larjan Looker on top, and it is your second choice. And, well, did come out on top last time out in a maiden class here August the 9th, and now has 3 wins and 6 starts on the year.
Yeah, and kind of a tale of likely what will be 2 different kind of trip scenarios, right? Because we know Smokin' Hot Dude last time won from off the pace. I mean, chances are he's not going to be blasting out the wings of the gate from post 7. I mean, I wouldn't mind it if he did, but I would doubt that's going to be the game plan. And Larjan Looker is going to be blasting off the gate. I don't think there's any doubt about that, because the name of his game is speed, and he kind of swells up on the engine, and that's how he got the job done last time, right? He held on by a head. I thought he raced really well to do so. Surprised that he's not getting more support right now. I thought he'd be the favorite or close to it. He's 6-1 right now. For some reason, I guess that people aren't enamored with his latest effort or the ones before that. I thought he's been in great form.
Number 3, BJ's Choice, is probably one that isn't going to help setting a pace for Smokin' Hot Dude, because this one just races from off the pace. He can be really good, but he needs a bit of some time to run at.
Yeah, that's the thing with BJ's Choice, right, is that he's going to be at a pace disadvantage most likely, I would think. I mean, but I guess I like Smokin' Hot Dude in the same situation. I just think that he's showing more gears than BJ's Choice. So I'm surprised that, again, there's a big price discrepancy between those two, and even more so, there's a big price discrepancy between BJ's Choice and Larjan Looker, because I think one has obviously the major tactical speed advantage off the switch. BJ's Choice, again, he's been one that's disappointed as the favorite in 2 of his last 3. And his victory came in a race where he did face off against several 2-year-olds. And this time around, I mean, I think he faces a pretty deep group for this class. So price is floating up now, and I think you'll continue to see that come post time.
Number 6, Minotaur is interesting to me. $105,000 yearling purchase, and one that's been racing really well, with the exception of that start here from post 7, and that was just blasting out. But Minotaur, just to me, looks like one that's going to break through here pretty soon.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I kind of chased this horse, quite a few times. Even last season, I did as well in those 2 tries as a rookie. I thought, again, he's one that can blast off the wings of the gate, and I think he's been racing well as of late. That start 2 back, I thought he was going to get the job done. He got picked up by Better Than Never. Last time out, kind of got a tough trip and stuck around for a good third to Larjon Looker. It kind of depends on how this one goes. If he can ever blast off, clear them early, sit a 2-hole trip, then I could see him getting to the winner's circle. But I kind of have a feeling he's going to be in for another kind of taxing trip again tonight. But he's in with a chance. He's one of the main players, and 7-2 is not a bad number.
What do you make of 9 Bob Cajun is actually drawing a fair amount of money and was third to Larjon Levi here 2 races ago? Solid effort, then makes a break last race.
Yeah, I've tried him a couple of times since he's come back off the bench, and I think that this looks like a spot where he can certainly continue to step forward. What I don't like is breaking stride last time, and now trailing post today, right? I mean, we know that trailing post can wreak havoc under optimal circumstances, but when you're with a horse right now who's coming into this off a miscue, maybe even more so, it's going to be a higher degree of difficulty. I like the horse. Don't like the situation tonight, but he's one I definitely tap for next time.
Another question I have is, we see horses down on the inside be able to get off the gate enough to at least get a favorable trip, and then even though at a price land on the ticket, could that be a ticket for Raw Power at 20-1? Because if you look a little further down the page, he's one that got off the gate at Sarnia and was able to wire a field there, and also you see it's some good flashes of form overall.
Yeah, I wanted to see more from him last time. I know that he hadn't raced in over a month, so I guess you would say that he certainly has every right to take a big step forward on back in a regular rotation, but he was one of the replays I was most intrigued to see because I couldn't remember exactly, what his trip scenario was and if he had pace or not in the stretch. I mean, I thought he was kind of, he came home with 28-3, but I don't think he was, coming forward at all. They were kind of moving away from him. So, I mean, pole position, 21-1 in a horse that has a reason to improve. You could use this horse in the exotics all day. I would have no issue going bottom end of the Tri or Super, but more than that, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I was just curious because longest shot on the board and a $50,000 yearling purchase. And Michelle Sherman has put up some numbers this year. Not so much in the win column, but certainly overall into the top 3.
Oh yeah, definitely a barn that can certainly have them ready to roll and can do good things. And I know that the hopes were high for this horse when he first came out, and then obviously right now 1 for 13 and 5 on the board finishes just under 10,000 made. Not where many thought this horse would be at this point, but listen, there's still a lot of time. He's only got 13 career starts as a 3-year-old.
And Puff/Shadow makes an equipment change, blind rattle to blinkers. Went up to Kawartha and actually had the best start that he's had in a while. In fact, his only second-place finish, and yet the equipment change, blind to blinkers, and a favorable post.
Yeah, this one I think might try to bang out of there because you get Scott Young and a horse that might try to plug in for a good trip. I don't know. I've tried him a couple times here without success, so maybe I'm kind of holding that against him right now. I think maybe a piece of it at best in here, but hey, listen, Smoking Hot Dude, Gary, I'm willing to give him a whirl at 7-1. That price to me seems pretty appealing, and he doesn't owe me anything.
Actually, don't mind Larjon Looker at 7-2 as BJ's Choice. I think might be overbet at 5-2, which is helping both of us. It's Raw Power, Puff/Shadow on the inside. BJ's Choice, Larjon Looker, Minotaur in the center. The outside, Zippin' and Rippin' and Smoking Hot Dude. The second tier, Bob Cajun. Field of 8. Race number 8. They're into the backstretch, gathering speed approaching the start. Field 4, race number 8. Is in position. They're at the start of the off, and Puff/Shadow with Larjon Looker and Minotaur. Raw Power on the inside. Those are the first 4. And then it is Zippin' and Rippin' and BJ's Choice and Smoking Hot Dude. And Bob Cajun's trailing the field. Puff/Shadow and Scott Young with the inside advantage, and Larjan Looker is rough gated on around the turn, is still staying flat, but is hippin' and a hoppin'. They work their way on around the turn. Puff/Shadow and Larjan Looker. Minotaurs on the inside, racing third, and Raw Power. And then it is back to Zippin' and Rippin', and now Larjan Looker is going to come on and take the lead from Puff/Shadow, and racing third is Minotaur. BJ's Choice is already up and driving, and Raw Power is on the inside and is racing fourth, and then sixth is Zippin' and Rippin'. Now Smokin' Hot Dude to the outside, but with a lot of work to do, but is advancing and now has passed another one. Zippin' and Rippin' is second last, and Bob Cajun is trailing the field, and it is Larjan Looker. Minotaur now is going to challenge on the outside. Puff/Shadow is on the inside, racing third. It is Larjan Looker and Minotaur. BJ's Choice within striking distance, third, and then gets rough-ended now. BJ's Choice is taken to the outside and steady, but loses ground. Puff/Shadow is still third. Smokin' Hot Dude is advanced up to fourth and is within striking distance now. Then it is Raw Power and Bob Cajun and Zippin' and Rippin'. 126 and 1/3. Minotaur has taken the lead. There goes Smokin' Hot Dude now. And it is Minotaur, Smokin' Hot Dude, Larjan Looker. Puff/Shadow is still in the hunt. And then Bob Cajun, they turn for home. Minotaur, Smokin' Hot Dude on the outside. Minotaur on the inside, trying to hold off Smokin' Hot Dude, but there's no doing that. Smokin' Hot Dude smokes on by to win. Minotaur was second. Thirds between Bob Cajun and Puff/Shadow. 155 and 4. Smokin' Hot Dude from the outside kicked in late and rolled on by. Things played out pretty nicely overall, although there were moments probably you're wondering, he's got a lot of work to do yet.
I mean, I'll be honest, Gary. I wasn't too worried about it, because I'll tell you what was perfect about the way the race panned out is that he gets on the helmet of BJ's Choice. That's the only thing I was worried about, because it looked like Zippin' and Rippin' might try to get in between them, but JBR kind of got right back on the helmet again of BJ's Choice, who you know is going to give you forward flowing cover, and that's what he did. He did end up making a break in stride, didn't hinder Smokin' Hot Dude all that much. Obviously, probably helped him because then he could assume that spot. But I'll be honest, this price is absolutely incredible on this horse. This horse raced tremendous last time. I was only worried about, I guess, the post, why I didn't go to a single or a best bet status on this one. But hey, on top at 8-1 with some exotic wagers and some win money is always a good thing, and certainly nice to get this number down in the multi-legs as well.
You've got some nice picks tonight. That timely bet earlier in the card paid out pretty nicely. In the last race, you went against the 1-2 shot with All-Star and you come back here and, Smokin' Hot Dude. So it's been a smoking hot Rob tonight.
Yeah, well, thanks. That's good to know. Listen, we're going to hope to carry this momentum right into the weekend, right? I mean, there's going to be no rest tonight because we'll be working on the Horse Players Journal for Tuesday, and then we'll be off to the King's Plate tomorrow. But you know what? Like I said, this horse, I was shocked right from the get-go, Gary. I thought this horse was going to take support. I thought maybe, you know what, will we even get 4-1 on him just because he was so good last time? But you know what? Sometimes they just get overlooked from the outside draws. So thanks for the kudos. It's nice to get that from you, sir.
And Scott Young did puff out with Puff/Shadow at 19-1 and also brought Bob Cajun with him.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Bob Cajun's one I think we'll keep an eye on, right? Obviously, he was left with a lot of work to do. He was kind of gap to the gate. It happens sometimes to the trailing post. I thought he raced well to be third. Puff/Shadow, I mean, look, I knew he was going to ramble off the gate like he did. Larjan Looker tonight just didn't really have it. Couldn't get his pacing down, and really probably hindered Puff/Shadow's chances by the way the trip panned out. But a decent fourth for that one.
Yeah, Larjan Looker did not look good.
No, not tonight. I mean, he's looked fantastic in previous efforts, but just had trouble. Maybe he had trouble grabbing the track today. I'm not sure, but he was not pacing well tonight at all.
But you know what does look good is 8-1 on a horse that you loved.
Always does.
It's an 8-6-9-2. Back in front of us is number 8, Smokin' Hot Dude. 3-year-old Big Jim Brown gelding owned by Julie Walker and Dr. Terry Fry. Julie Walker, the trainer, J.B. Renault. The winning drive, it's the second win this year, second in a row for J.B. Renault. Third win lifetime, Smokin' Hot Dude, 155 and 4. Eighth race payouts. Number 8, Smoking Hot Dude. 1830, 690 and 480. Minotaur, 360, $3. And 9 Bobcation, 670. $2 Exactor, 57.50. Dollar Try, $748. Dollar Super, 2163.65. Eighth race, silver finish from the top, 7486. Scratch 2513. That's 7486. Scratch 2513. field for the ninth race on parade. 1, Bet the Beach Yankee, Jason Ryan for Ashley Lenvoy, Gino Toscani. Number 2 is D.A. McDreamy, Scott Young for Sean Stacy and Catherine Stacy, and Theodore Davis and Angela Haskell. Number 3, Price Control, Colin Cuthbert, Jean Tournier, and Roland Trudel and Serge Baudry. Four is Pebble Beach Pro, Lauren House for Scott McNiven and Kimberly and Brad McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst, and Shirley Griffin. Number 5, LA Sun Control, Daryl Thiessen for Rick Edwards and Michael Tam. Number 6, Arts Alive, Jay Harris for Dwayne Marfisi and William Cece and Henson Wong and David Jarvis. And number 7, Sporty Bob, Travis Henry for Robert Kyle Fellows and M&S Racing. Field of 7, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field, and it's a pretty interesting field. Non-winners of 3 horses and geldings on the pace, and number 5, LA Sun Control, really had it going on earlier this year. Of late, it hasn't been maybe quite as good, although you do see some pretty nice little snippets here. Second beaten like 3 races ago. Last race, fifth, but beaten only 2. 52-2. Good final quarter. Is today the time for LA Sun Control to shine?
I certainly hope so, Gary. I love this horse. You know that he swept through the city of London back in the spring, and then after that vet scratch sick, I mean, you could say that kind of tailed off a bit, but more so I think it was just because he had to step up in class, and sometimes it takes a little while before horses get acclimated to the level of competition. The time that he broke stride off the gate, I think he would have been a winner if he didn't make that miscue. He made a huge recovery to be fourth. A good second at Sporty Bob, 3 back, last 2 at Mohawk Park. I mean, and against much tougher 2 starts ago. Tough trip on that occasion, 27-1 in the third quarter, his own third quarter before fading back to 8th. And then last time, I thought he finished up nicely again. It looked like maybe spinning his wheels on the outside, but he was coming on strong again in the late stages. So I'm all over him tonight. I love his chances. He's my spot play, 5-1 on the board right now. Daryl Thiessen got along well with him, I thought, 2 starts ago. And anything like that effort, I think he gets to the winner's circle.
Yeah, and if you could hold 5-1, I mean, it's been a night where you've gotten some prices down on some horses, and this would really be a bit of a icing on the cake with LA Sun Control if it could hold in there. Number 1, Bet the Beach Yankee is the favorite right now. I anticipate him being the favorite. Do you?
Yeah, I think so. I think he deserves favoritism because of the win last time, right? I mean, it wasn't like he went out there and tripped out or something. I mean, yeah, he got to kind of run at some decent fractions anyways, but he moved to the outside, forged to the lead, and opened up. I mean, I thought it was very impressive. One of those ones afterwards where you kind of say, like, what was I thinking not using this horse, because he was 7-1 and a big overlay at that. So rail control this time around. And has proven to be competitive in and around this level in a couple starts here at the River, and the one where he wasn't, I thought that the trip obviously just didn't work out for him. So 2-1 right now, probably that price or a bit less come post time.
Yeah, and Jason Ryan's been on a bit of a heater of late, Ashley Lenvoy, so there's a lot of positives and the inside. Number 3, Price Control, is one that was pretty sharp in the class below this one. Now, you might say, well, class below this one, but 52-1 kind of says, yeah, I would have been okay up a level too.
Yeah, and against Onyx Pavino too, right? I mean, that one, by all rights, I mean, I think was that big favorite on that occasion, and one that many thought would go out there and control things throughout. And this one, went by him with ease. I mean, he went by him late, and he opened up 2 lengths before the wire. So Price Control was monstrous in that effort. And it kind of made sense, making that transition from Mohawk Park to here. But then last time out, that's a much tougher group, right? I mean, the Vicar Sports Activator, those are top OSS grassroots horses that compete in higher lifetime non-winners conditions at Mohawk Park, much higher than this. So I would say that he's in with a chance. He's one that has speed off the gate, might plug in for another 2-hole trip, in which case he'd be very dangerous. And right now, I think you're getting a fair price on him at 9-2.
Yeah, and he spent a lot of currency early in that mile with the Vicar. This one, a 26-2 opening quarter, so there's a reason for him to back away. And look, he still paced his own mile in 52-3. It's just in too tough. Number 7, Sporty Bob. Sporty Bob's got some nice credibility, but I like him better from an inside post.
I agree wholeheartedly. I looked at this race and I thought, if I was to make the odds on him, what he should go off at, it's probably more like 3 or 4 to 1. He's a shade below that right now. The reason being is he's got to work from post 7. It's the uttermost post in the contest. He's finished third in his last two at this level. He won 2 in a row before that, but both those times was able to get to the lead. Did he earn those victories? Absolutely. But I think he's going to have to work a lot harder to do this to a similar journey tonight, and I'm not so sure he can beat them from off the pace or just off the pace. So again, I think the horse is a very nice racehorse. He's been doing good things as of late. I'm just not sure how it works out for Sporty Bob tonight. Inside draw, then you got to have him in the top 2 in here, but outside draw, I would say bottom end of the Trier Super.
And Arts Alive is one that, well, the last two races aren't great, one with a break, but he's done some nice things overall in the year, and he gets at least 6-1's a better price to take a shot.
He's the forgotten one in here, right? I mean, if this is a month ago or so, then we'd probably be saying he's a big time player. So yeah, 7-1. He's just getting overlooked because of those recent efforts.
But we're looking at LA Sun Control holding right now at 5-1. Is Bet the Beach Yankee is 2-1. Field taking up their positions. Bet the Beach Yankee, D.A. McDreamy on the inside. In the center, Price Control, Pebble Beach Pro, LA Sun Control to the outside, Arts Alive, and Sporty Bob. It's a field of 7. It's the 9th dash. And the field for the 9th race. Gathering speed approaching the start. Field is at the start in the rough, and Arts Alive is alive early. Price Control, Sporty Bob, LA Sun Control, and then it is Bet the Beach Yankee, D.A. McDreamy, and Pebble Beach Pro. But Arts Alive and Jay Harris is alive early. Leads by 2. Price Control is in control of the pocket. Sporty Bob is taking back and trying to find a seed. Bet the Beach Yankee is 4th away. Then it is LA Sun Control, D.A. McDreamy, and Pebble Beach Pro is trailing the field. Arts Alive and Jay Harris leads 26-3. It was a sharp opening panel. Arts Alive, Price Control 2nd. Sporty Bob on the inside. There goes Bet the Beach Yankee. And LA Sun Control is going to follow Bet the Beach Yankee on the outside. And then it is back to D.A. McDreamy, and trailing is Pebble Beach Pro. Off a quarter of 26-3. Field heads on past the half, 55-3. A 29-second panel. Arts Alive at 12-1. Has a lead of about 2 1/4. Price Control. Bet the Beach Yankee making some headway on the outside, but still got some work to do. And Jason Ryan giving this one some urging. And LA Sun Control situated second over and goes off stride. Sporty Bob is racing 4th. D.A. McDreamy then back to Pebble Beach Pro, and LA Sun Control is off stride and is out of it. And it is Bet the Beach Yankees 6-5 against Arts Alive at 12-1 as they turn for home. Price Control, Sporty Bob, and they come to the top of the stretch. Bet the Beach Yankee. Arts Alive is game on the inside, and now coming from the backfield, D.A. McDreamy on down the stretch. Rob they come. Bet the Beach Yankee. Arts Alive up the inside. Price Control. Bet the Beach Yankee was able to come by Arts Alive, and then it was Price Control and Pebble Beach Pro from off the pace to pick up a 4th, 153-2. Well, Rob, LA Sun Control makes that break of stride when second over, and Bet the Beach Yankee was well positioned as Arts Alive did a lot of work.
Yeah, he did. Again, the horse that kind of just got forgotten on the odds board, right? I mean, I guess it's what have you done for me lately, and a horse that had all kinds of success at this level. Just recently went off at a big number and did what he does best, went to the front and just tried to go all the way in the lead, and he swells up on the lead too, right? I mean, he really battled the favorite Bet the Beach Yankee around that final turn. I thought he might rebuff him briefly, but then that one was just too good for him. Got away from him in the stretch. But listen, it's a solid effort to be second at a big number, probably a bigger number than he should have been.
Yeah, and look, he had the one big thing we like. He can get off the gate And then from there, I mean, yeah, 55-3 probably didn't help him, but certainly he was very game, and we have to remember this going into next start.
Oh, definitely do because I mean he's a horse again. Like you never want to shy away from tactical speed here, and I'll be honest, I was kind of regretting it the whole way that I didn't have him picked anywhere just because of the fact that he's a horse that again does great things on the lead, and he made a break 2 starts ago, needed a flat line last time out, so it only makes sense he's going to blast off the wings of the gate again. I thought Price Control raced pretty good, all things considered. I mean he's got to get his feet wet at this level and he did so in a nice way tonight. That's a big mile, 53-2 over this surface. But Bet the Beach Yankee has a couple of real solid efforts back to back. First over in each of those efforts. Obviously, not the price he was last time. This time out 6-5, but that's a real nice victory for this horse. And I mean, he's got to be brimming with confidence right now.
And the thing with LA Sun Control, Daryl Thiessen got him a second over trip on the back of Bet the Beach Yankee, but then that break.
Yeah, I was excited. I was getting pretty pumped up watching the race unfold. But hey, he's his own worst enemy sometimes. This horse, right? He jumped it off again and likely cost himself a pretty big chunk of it.
It's a 1-6-3-4. Top four back in front of us is one Bet the Beach Yankee. A 3-year-old betting line brown colt owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Ashley Lenfoy. Jason Ryan, the winning driver, fourth win for Bet the Beach Yankee this year, and lifetime second in a row. Ninth race payouts: one Bet the Beach Yankee, $4.60, $3, 410. Six Arts Alive, $10.80 and $5.30 and three Price Control, $3.10. $2 Exactor of 1 and 6, $39.90. Dollar Try, $71.50. Dollar Superfecta, $381.25. Ninth race, order finish from the top down, 1534726. That's 1534726 on the bottom. Field for race 10 on parade. 1 Langley Sealster, Scott Young for Joe Pereira and Chelsea Pereira. Number 2, Fearless Sheila, Cullen Kelly for Brett Lester and Caitlin Graham. Number 3 is Miss Sophia Rose. Mark Goddard drives and trains for William Brown. For PDQ Hanover, Lauren House for Jacob Murray and Adrian Dew. 5 is Time Waits on No One, Travis Henry for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. Number 6, Eyes on the Prize, Todd Ratchford for Patrick Bissett and Tanya Lawson. 7, Leases All In, Jay Harris for Courtney Robson. And number 8 is Red Dirt Hotshot, Jason Ryan for Jacob Robertson, Russ Ellis. It is a field of 8. Mark Goddard drives 3, Lauren House on the 4. The stash features the Super High 5. And, well, let's stay right there with Jason Ryan and Red Dirt Hotshot. And comes into this one hot off back-to-back wins at Georgian Downs. You do see that one 2 races ago from off the pace, and swung up 3 wide. Maybe that's part of the reason that you can take this one from the outside, Robert.
Yeah, I think there's a number of trip scenarios that we could see the 8 Red Dirt Hotshot go here. I mean, she's showing she can win from off the pace. She can show she can win from on the pace. Last time, a front end score as a hefty favorite. Before that, she won by a wide margin after making that 3 wide move. So, again, I just looked at this and said, she should be confident coming into this. I think that class matches up really well against this one here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see her actually get activated off the switch. So even with post 8, Red Dirt Hotshot, my top choice. But again, I was using 3 horses in the multi-leg wagers in this race, Gary. So obviously not overly confident in her chances.
Number 3, Miss Sophia Rose, is one that went up to Georgian Downs in not particularly good form, and then found a winner's underclass and got heavily bet and lived up to it. Romped in that last race.
Yeah, no, she did. And I mean, I just thought that, Miss Sophia Rose, she's one I've always kind of been fond of. Now, she's obviously been camera shy, right? I mean, 1 for 29 this year, 1 for 13 last year. But she's showing some good things, especially when she is put into play and she kind of gets to a spot where she can be competitive. So I don't know if she should be 6-5 in here. I mean, that's a condition claimer last time out, and against, I'd say, a softer group than she faces today. But that heart building win could be important for her. And I understand why she's taking support, but I think that's a little bit too heavy right now, and she should be a few points higher than that.
My top one is 5-time Waits on No One, and she was really good earlier this year. And look, since January 1st of last year, she has 23 wins, and she was good at Georgian Downs last time out. Red Dirt Hotshot was the winner there, though.
Yeah, was the winner, and you're getting this horse now second start off the claim for Gerard Demers, and this is a horse that's got tactical speed, right? We know post 5's been a real fruitful post position here at the river, and I think we're going to see this one activated pretty heavily in the early going, and she might be just too much for them on the engine if she does get to chop it out. But last time she got beat by a pretty significant margin to my top choice, and right now there's 3 points separating them on the odds board. So I'm not sure there should be that kind of a discrepancy. I thought this race was a little more wide open than it looked on paper, but right now there's 2 of them taking the bulk of the support.
Fearless Sheila is one that put up some strong numbers last year, 8 wins, and had a really good earnings season, had a lot of starts, and this year things haven't been good. But you see that win July the 21st at Georgian Downs, and the last couple races from Tougher Post, they weren't bad. So Fearless Sheila can be used on the ticket. It's Colin Kelly and Brett Lester as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, it's interesting. 8-1 on the board right now, but the favorite in all the multi-leg wagers that are ending here, and significant favorite in a couple of those. So Fearless Sheila's been trending in the right direction. Obviously, though, that vet scratch sick, it was a bit of a setback for her, but I think decent effort since then. Inside draw to work from. I think she should be in the mix, throughout. and is definitely not without a chance here. 8-1's an overlay, especially considering she's bet so heavily in the multi legs.
And I want to ask you about my second choice here is Eyes on the Prize. You often note morning line 12-1. Eyes on the Prize is half of that, 6-1. It's been racing at Clinton, and I don't really end up watching the races from Clinton. But I see this one getting off the gate, but also racing from off the pace July of the 28th. That was a pretty good effort there.
It was, yeah, no doubt. I mean, I always kind of picture Eyes of the Prize being at her best when she gets forwardly placed and she kind of gets put into the mix and does a lot of the work. I mean, I think that's when she does pretty well. And obviously, post 6 isn't a bad spot at all here. And 6-1, I think is a fair price. I mean, yeah, that morning line I thought was a little bit high on her. The other horse, I mean, I think it's a bombs away. We always talk about the pole position in these high five races. And I know that she's coming into this off of Vet Scratch Sick, and the lines aren't all that appealing. But I mean, Langley Sealster is a speed type, right? We've seen, Scott Young put horses into play off the gate tonight. I'd be shocked if she doesn't push out of there from the pole position. And again, one I'd use in the high five. I wouldn't leave her off the ticket in the high five.
Well, second beaten ahead, making the lead here June the 10th, and followed it up with a third also at Georgian Downs after that. And there's you see Todd Ratchford, who's looking for a third win on the evening, driving Eyes on the Prize. You've had a really good night handicapping. It'd be really great to close it up with another one at the price. Rob, you're sitting right now at 5-1 Red Dirt Hot Shot. You did get an 8 down earlier, but it was an 8 with a scratch, so post 7. But this is your post position 8 pick.
Yeah, no, it'd be nice to finish off a winner, right? It's always good to try to get some winners down throughout the nights. But there's no winner like a late winner, so it'd be nice if we got something down here. And again, listen, it's interesting because Miss Sophia Rose continues to take that support at 8-5. I'm looking at the price on Fearless Sheila, and again, a lot of people actually gauge the multi-leg will pays as the way the race should be marked odds wise. And if you believe in that, Fearless Sheila is the value right now at 7-1.
Well, it is a field of 8 for the 10th and final dash, and Langley Sealster, Fearless Sheila, Miss Sophia Rose on the inside. In the center, PDQ Hanover time waits on no one. The outside, Eyes on the Prize, Lisa's all in, Red Dirt Hot Shot. Field of 8. 10th and final dash on a Friday night at the river, and it is post time. It is a field of 8 for the 10th dash. They're in the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start of the off, and muscling out PDQ Hanover. Also getting out alertly is Time Waits on No One and Miss Sophia Rose. But it's Time Waits on No One was waiting for no one to leave and was going to do it herself as she drives around the turn. Lisa's all in at 24-1 is second. Miss Sophia Rose third. Fearless Sheila, PDQ Hanover, Langley Sealster, then Eyes on the Prize, and Red Dirt Hot Shot is trailing the field. Time Waits on No One at 2-1's got the lead for Travis Henry, and Lisa's all in. Long shot 6 along in the pocket. Miss Sophia Rose is racing third in front of Fearless Sheila, PDQ Hanover. Now Eyes on the Prize has stepped out and gives cover to Red Dirt Hot Shot. Off stride went Fearless Sheila, taken out of harm's way, and they work their way up towards the half of a 27-1 opening quarter. Time Waits on No One at 2-1's got the lead. Long shot Lisa's all in is racing position second. Miss Sophia Rose, Eyes on the Prize is up to fourth now. PDQ Hanover, and then Red Dirt Hot Shot. Langley Sealster, half of 57. They head on to three quarters. Time Waits on No One has got the lead. Lisa's all in is still second, and on the outside, Eyes on the Prize has moved up to take over third. Miss Sophia Rose on the inside fourth. Red Dirt Hot Shot getting submerging to move on up is second over fifth and is closing. Then PDQ Hanover and Langley Sealster. But it is Time Waits on No One. Three quarters, 126 and 2. Time waits on no one. Eyes on the prizes. Prize watching. Time waits on no one. Wanting to get by that one. Red Herd Hotshot now is in within striking distance as they come on down the stretch drive. Time waits on no one. Red Dirt Hotshot and eyes on the prize, but time waits on no one. Red Dirt Hotshot. Time waits on no one. Red Dirt Hotshot second. Eyes on the prize was third. 156 and 1. Time waits on no one. Front end speed worked out in the 10th.
Yeah, that's what I kind of we talked about time waits on no one, right? It said maybe if she just gets to the lead, she might prove to be too much for them. I mean, she held on by a slim margin there. Red Dirt Hot Shot kind of rolling late, could not get to this one, Gary. But I still thought it was a good effort from my top choice. I can't be upset with that at all. And Conley Ecclestone actually. They posted a video. He's doing his videos now about his plays of the night, and this one here was actually his play of the night, I believe, in tonight's card. So nice call by him. I think he was looking for this kind of a trip scenario, and that's the way it played out. And time waits to no one, just too much for them on the front end. Source has had success in the past for this barn and gets back to the win column.
Well, and also 23 wins, as I mentioned, since the 1st of January last year. Here does come Red Dirt Hotshot bursting onto the scene. And now we're needing a wire, and it does come up just barely.
Yeah, it just gave me that glimmer of hope, right? That's what that was. That glimmer of hope to go out a winner.
I already knew he was the winner of the 5. I was just throwing it your way. By the way, you did such a great job handicapping today. You know what you can do? You can take next Friday off.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. I guess there's nothing going on that night.
Yeah, we got the tractor pull. I just thought
okay.
I'd try you on that one. 58637. Enjoy your weekend, Robert.
Thank you, Gary. You as well.
Back in front of us is the winner of race number 10. 5-time waits on no one. 5-year-old Royal Majesty Bay Mare. Owned by Tag Incorporated, trained by GRR Damaris. Travis Henry, the winning driver. 11th win this year. 28th lifetime. Time waits on no one. 156 and 1. The 10th race payouts 5-time waits on no one. 640, 340, 270. 8 Red Dirt Hot Shot. 520 and 460 and 6 eyes on the prize 370. $2 exactor at $29.20. Dollar try 68.70. Double of 1 and 5, $18. Dollar pick 3, 115.75. Dollar win 4, 477.20. Dollar pick 5, 456.90. Dollar high 5, 1,071.45. 10th race, so for a finish from the top down, 6748135 scratch. That's 6748135 scratch. Fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Friday evening. Action resumes on Monday. First race, 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Casey.